know. Veterans off her medication. She's at work to safe haven. Attack and 12, cycle check that one out.
6-1 bullet, 2 points started, get shots going.
Officer still stands for time? No. Offender in custody? Thanks. Anyone else close, point to the restaurant, let me know. 10-5, yeah.
This is the EvilleCJ Media and Investigations Network, the realest reporting of all media sources. Like, comment, subscribe, and share this out to your socials and friends. Good morning. Well, good morning. It's morning. It's definitely morning. So apologize about the. Hold on a minute. We're gonna have to keep adding Rosie and probably the video feeds as the show goes on. StreamYard, buggy as hell. Some kind of update. I don't know what they updated, but anytime there's an update, you lose your intro video feed. You lose your audio. You got to re-add people on panel, video feeds for different scenes. It's just the beginning. And Baby Angel decided to bless my computer keyboard with a bunch of button presses and knocking a bunch of stuff down. And when I got into StreamYard, I was like, oh, wow, there's a bunch of stuff that's missing on my StreamYard. You know, it's got that little symbol where it's got like a little cloud above it, you know, like it's somewhere out there. We don't know where it's at.
Oh my gosh.
Like, yeah,
Who did
like
that?
yeah, like Baby deleted layovers or something off my StreamYard scene. I don't know. I still have yet to grasp what the hell exactly happened and how she did it. So I don't know. That's for later today. We'll see. So if it's a little wonky, a little buggy, I do apologize. It was a mixture. It was like a hurricane. It was a hurricane of StreamYard bugs and Baby Angel paw button pressing, just all mixed together. Perfect storm. Speaking of a perfect storm, does it not seem like it was a perfect storm of the events that took place with ultimately the tragedy happening? It seems like a lot of things had to happen in order for it to play out that way. And unfortunately, I think this is one of those situations where it is what you would call a perfect storm. Everything had to line up. All the dominoes had to be able to knock the other one down in front of them in order for it to happen. I think that's what's taking place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or took.
When you mentioned the domino effect, I was thinking of that as well. Like it's definitely a perfect storm. It's like it didn't have to, like everything had to happen in a particular way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the dominoes, there wasn't, you know, I'm surprised though, because Rebecca Gelada, you know, the one doctor or nurse throughout all the people that have testified so far, I really feel like she was the only one that really showed care, concern, you know, tried to work with her when she wasn't agreeing with the medications, explaining why we're taking, you know, like really just. And then after that advice didn't work, you're not hearing me. Okay, let's figure out something else that we can still achieve your goal of helping you. And it really seems like she's the only one that I feel like really truly cared about her, or even listened to her. All the other ones, it's like they didn't even care. It's like, why are you working in that industry? Why are you working in that field if you, like yesterday, Letitia Dukes, if you can't even literally take 5 frickin' minutes.
Yeah.
5 frickin' minutes to look up her record inside your facility just to make sure about the medications and all that other stuff. You know, why were all these medical professionals trusting what she said in the first place? You don't think, I mean, let's think about side effects when it comes to some of this medication. you don't think some of this medication can make somebody forget that they might have taken some other medication in the past? Like,
Yeah.
just, well, we expect them to be, well, yeah, but you're a medical professional, man. And really, like, it's not like you needed permission. I just get shocked every single day. And even Kevin Reddington got shocked yesterday when Letitia said that she never looked up the records.
I
He's like,
know.
what? Like, he expected her to say yes. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Crazy.
And another thing that has really surprised me throughout all of this is just how many people were involved, but without
Yeah.
speaking to each other. And
Yeah.
I know that Rebecca Gelato, like, in my opinion, she's definitely a lot more organized than all of the others, and she does seem to have a bit more care. But I still think it's a problem that she heard when she heard that Lindsay was still in some kind of contact with her old psychiatrist. I think that the right thing to do would have been to reach out to that psychiatrist and try and coordinate
Yes.
what was going on. So, yeah, she is a little
Yes.
better. She's definitely a lot more organized, but there's still problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're going to see so many more. I'm surprised they didn't end it early yesterday. With how let me turn this so it doesn't have the CJ showing them all like that. All right. I'm surprised that they didn't end it early yesterday. As soon as they came back from their lunch break, she was, I don't know. Let's talk about this a little bit. I think this is still, or you know what? Let me play. Let me see here. Is there a short video? Yeah, let's. Well, okay. So basically, when they came back in from their lunch break, Kevin Reddington was obviously agitated. You know, obviously agitated. You know what? Let me pull up the trial from yesterday so we can show you guys as we're talking about it. Give me 1 second. I wasn't prepared to. Let's see here. Let me pull it up from yesterday. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, in the meantime, just let me know if I sound okay. Everyone in chat, if it's too soft.
Okay, let me see. Okay, so we're coming in. Wait. Did they cut that? Oh, they must have clipped the break out of it. Oh, okay. That's cool. I think it's this. All right, courtroom. Hold on 1 second. That's the recess. Okay, so it was after this lady. All right, give me 1 second. Let me share this with you as we're talking about it here. Okay, so this is, we're going to mute that. So it was after her. Okay, so it was after her. And let me get rid of the chat box too. Sorry, it's all this stuff got changed from her getting on my keyboard. All right. Okay. And so you can kind of see her when they came back in from break, he seemed very agitated. Now, we hadn't heard from Barbara Olson, Dr. Barbara Olson. And when they came back in, he was agitated. She was already wailing and whimpering before they even got to the photographs and the injuries. And so, I think people are, because you forget how they came back in from that break. I just don't understand. Like, it was the same kind of before the pictures even started. And so I'm kind of struggling on where it came from. Because I know a lot of people assume it was descriptions of injuries and stuff. Good morning, Miss Cosmo, Kid Kitty. I know people were assuming that it was about the injuries and the description and the photos and stuff like that, but she was that way before any of that happened, and then just continued throughout. So I've struggled overnight still trying to figure out exactly in my mind what caused it and what it was.
So, well, look, what I think, just based on the fact that Reddington is also so agitated, I do think it has something to do with, like, I feel like maybe he made some kind of an effort to not have that shown, and he probably told her, we'll make sure that you don't have to go through that. And I feel like something was denied in that sense, and he was very, like, it might have been one of the sidebars where he was saying she shouldn't have to go through with this and this, maybe she shouldn't be in the room, or maybe the prosecution's inflating the need for this specific testimony, and he probably told her, we'll get that sorted out so that you don't have to suffer through that. And I think that it was denied, and that's why he's so irritated. And she knows what's coming, and she was probably under the impression that she wasn't gonna have to be in the room or something, and the panic is like building.
Why I don't understand why she would, like, if you're voluntarily removing yourself from the courtroom for a period of time, then you understand what comes along with that. Now, maybe they could have some kind of audio feed and video feed, and they can turn whichever one they want on, like some kind of option, because, like, what is the reason that you have to be in there? Because you have to be informed of your trial or whatever. Okay. Well, if you're going to voluntarily remove yourself, well, then that comes with the consequences of removing yourself. And if you voluntarily choose to do it, then you give up everything that comes in play with you having to be in there. So I don't understand, like, why, unless do you think Kevin Reddington wanted her out there so the jury could see it? Is this a play? That's what I was, like, struggling with this morning, and still from yesterday. Was this some kind of play? Because why wouldn't she have been taken out, or why wouldn't it have ended early?
I don't know what. I think that it would have given a very, very bad impression to the jury if she excused herself from that. And I think that because it looks like she's avoiding the reality of what she's done. And that makes it look like she's not.
So she was like, I don't want to be out there. And he's like, you gotta. And that's where his frustration came from, you think? Is that what you're saying?
I think that he tried to make some kind of a concessional compromise where maybe the testimony was adjusted, or she could, like you say, she could join from with audio or something
Remote.
like.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that that was declined or denied because he's still very sympathetic to her in the way that he's relating to her. So I don't think he's frustrated with her, but I do think that she and maybe he were given the impression that it could be alleviated in some way, but at the same time the jury seeing her not like just not being there, just being like, I'm not here for this. I
Yeah.
think that would be so detrimental that they couldn't have risked that. So he probably wanted to find a way around it so that she could still be okay. But
So
yeah.
so in your opinion, do you think it looks bad on her part that this was going down then, or what? I mean, 'cause there's a lot of talk about how the defense is trying to make the jury feel sorry for Lindsay.
Yeah. I don't think that
A lot of
the
talk about it.
yeah. I don't think that that's I don't think what happened is what he wanted to happen. I think that because he just looks too frustrated for that to be going the way he planned. I think that this might not look good because it's highlighting. I mean, obviously it's showing remorse, so that is good in a sense, but I don't know. The judge was, when he came in, and the first thing he wanted to explain was, you can't make your decision based on emotion. It's like they all knew it was going to happen. So there was
Right.
something that was discussed before
Oh, I think
where
something
yeah.
I think something was going on in that jury room.
I think it was between the judge and Reddington, where Reddington was he was saying she's not going to cope, and he was saying, well, there's nothing we can do about it. And then Reddington was saying, well, it's going to, probably the prosecution was like, if she's going to act that way, then it's going to affect the jury. So he was like, no, she has to be there, and I'll talk to the jury, and everybody must just go back to their.
Mm.
I think that's what it was, because he had no
Don't base it
reason.
off of her crying. Base it
Yeah.
off of the facts.
So he had no reason to come in and say that, and he did.
Yeah, it's like he was scolding in a way. Like he's like, "Look, I know I already told you guys already, but you got to remember." And I'm just like, "Whoa, what happened? What
Well,
happened?"
yeah, but also I think it's because the first time she got so emotional, I don't remember what day it was, but it was also to do with medical examiner testimony. The camera was focusing on her, and she was crying, and I remember one of those security people, I don't know what they're called, the ones who sit there.
Oh, the bailiffs.
Yeah. One of them coming up to the camera, and I don't know what they said, but then after that the camera only focused on the witness, and I feel like the media was told, stop taking advantage of this. So I think that he was also scolding the media, saying like, stop making a drama out of this, because it's going to affect everything. And
Well, what do you think's going to happen today? Like, is it going to affect how trial starts? I mean, because trial yesterday ended because she cried out, "I can't do this," and then they were like, "You know what? We're just going to end it today."
I mean, she doesn't have a choice. They have to take it slower. If they just, that's all they can do.
Man, it's unfortunate because like the judge is doing a great job. Kevin Reddington is doing a great job. The prosecution, not
Yeah.
so much. But it's been a really good trial. And And I really, more and more each day, I feel like it's going to be a hung jury, and I don't know. I just got a bad feeling like this trial is going to be the best trial we could have on this case, but it's not going to count. And the next trial that is going to, because I really don't think this is going to, I think it's going to end in a hung jury.
Yeah.
And the second trial, I don't think it's going to be as thorough, and I don't think it's going to be as impactful, and it's just going to be a shittier version. So it sucks. I don't know what's.
Yeah, and I think like to a large extent the judge and everyone involved, like they can't admit that they know it, but I think they also know that it's going to be a hung jury. Like they probably really do suspect that, so they have to make sure that everything is done correctly and just go through with it, because it's pretty clear that it's an issue that just divides everyone who talks about it.
That's going to be the new poll for right now. Let me type it up real quick. I'm interested to see what people think as of today. Give me a second. It takes a second to. Let's see. Let's see. Type 1, hung jury. Type 2 in chat. What would be the other? Conviction. I don't know if I can fit that all in. Conviction. Release. Yeah, it won't let me. I don't know. We'll figure it out. In the meantime, I'm going to play this video real quick. This is how court ended yesterday, and we're going to be jumping into court today. And I have a feeling it's going to be worse. They have so much more to go through, and they're not even. I don't know. It's going to be an interesting day today. I'm going to finish this poll, and I'll let you guys know when I get it up there.
And did you perform an autopsy on Cora Clancy on January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you follow that same process with Cora Clancy?
Yes.
And so that started with a document review, is that correct?
Yes.
And what type of documents are you reviewing when you do that?
Typically, I have a preliminary police report to review, as well as either EMS records or records from the emergency department.
And did you start with an external examination of Cora?
Yes.
And what did you observe during that external examination?
The external examination of Cora, I saw evidence of medical intervention. She was intubated, had various EKG pads and defibrillator pads on her body. She also had a catheter on her right hand and puncture sites on her left hand and her left groin. She had her neck stabilized with a cervical collar, and she had an intraosseous catheter, which is a type of IV they put directly into the bone on her right lower leg. Her hands at the time of my external examination were covered by police evidence bags, and they were secured at the wrist with tape. When I removed those, the fingers showed no evidence of injury, and the fingernails were all of equal length and intact. And then I noted evidence of trauma of the neck with associated injuries of her head and minor injuries of her right arm and of her legs as well.
All right, and I got the poll up, so let me know in chat. The question is, will this trial end in a hung jury? You can type 1 in chat for the answer hung jury. You can type 2 in chat for it being a guilty or innocent verdict. And you can type 3 in chat for undecided. I'm just curious, how many people think that this trial could end in a hung jury? Thank you all for being here.
And in terms of the the injuries that you observed, evidence of trauma to her neck, were there also injuries to her face and neck area that seemed to go along with the trauma to her neck?
Yes, there were findings of the head that were associated with the trauma of the neck.
And what were those?
So on her neck, she had a ligature furrow. A ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck or compress the neck. And a furrow is simply the pattern of injury that develops underneath the site of compression. So for Cora, her ligature furrow consisted of a linear, horizontally oriented area of pallor or paleness around her neck with distinct superior and inferior edges. On the front part of her neck, the lower half of the ligature furrow was associated with additional red abrasions ranging from 1 to 2 millimeters in size. And on the back of her neck, the superior and inferior edges of the ligature furrow had developed some linear bruising as well.
And what do you mean by a furrow?
So again, the furrow is a ligature is when you have external compression by an object on the neck, and a furrow is simply a pattern of injury that occurs beneath it. It can be an imprint, it could be a pattern, or it could be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries?
All right, Council, we're going to take a break this time, all right?
All right. Sure, close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please. This way, please.
Recess for a few minutes. I'm going to come back. We'll speak to council in regards to schedule. Okay.
So that's how it just abruptly ended yesterday. And we're going to be starting day 13 here soon. Are we going to see both of them walk in the courtroom like that today? Well, I mean, come into the courtroom like that today.
Yeah, I think it's going to be similar to, I don't know if anyone followed the Oscar Pistorius case. I know during medical testimony, he was so upset in court that he was actually becoming sick through the testimony. So they had to take little breaks and slow it down, but they couldn't stop. So they had short breaks for him to recover and then straight back to it. And he was physically sick from crying.
They just keep pushing on. I mean, the crime was committed. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I just, how does that not affect the jury? I mean, we're human. It's not like we can shut off our emotion receptacles, you know?
Yeah.
The energy, the vibe that gets created in the atmosphere from the emotions, you can feel that too. So how could it not affect the jury? I don't understand. Because we all are potential jury members, and we're all sitting here watching this, analyzing it, studying it, discussing it, like we're in our own little jury pool together. You know, we're all in that room together when the trial goes to break and all that stuff. So really, we are our own jury. And look at what we've voted so far. By the way, if you haven't voted yet, will this trial end in a hung jury? You can type 1 in chat for hung jury. You can type 2 in chat for a guilty innocent verdict, or you can type 3 in chat for undecided. 80%. 80% so far feel that the trial is going to end in a hung jury, and I do too. And
Mm-hmm. Sorry, I just said.
I don't know.
Mhm.
Maybe it'll be a little easier on the next trial. I mean, I just don't understand how this can't affect another human being that's sitting in that chair off to the side of the court. You're hearing this, you're seeing it. It has to affect you one way or the other, even if you want it to or not. We don't want to feel hurt, but we do. Even if we don't want to, even if we try and shut it out, even if we try and block it out, we still feel it. You can't run away from it.
Yeah. Yeah. I also, just in terms of what Miss Cosmo said in chat, that's, about the medication. In this case, that's such a complicated thing. And I mean, I've seen a lot of people saying, like, will she get to take something for her anxiety? But, like, would she ever touch medication? Like, is she afraid to? I don't know. Like, maybe
Well,
she refuses it.
I'm wondering what she had in front of her yesterday. Remember when they came back in and he was agitated and she was shaken up, and I saw 6 pink pills off in front of him by his glasses, and she had 2 of those pink pills sitting in front of her. I'm wondering, I'm sure they gave her medicine. Like,
Yeah.
that's what was all sitting in front of her. Now, I don't know what it was. I've never really taken medication, so I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you what those pills were. I don't have an experience in pills,
Yeah.
so to
I
speak. So
I suspect that it was something horrible, and that's probably all she's willing to take, given, her whole story.
it's going to be an interesting day in court today. I guess you just have to. I just don't understand how a jury can't be affected by it. And what do you think? Do you think that the jury members will be able to shut that out of their head? How do you feel? What do you guys think in chat? Do you guys think the jury can not have this affect them? What do you think, Rosie?
I don't think that it's possible to expect that of them. I mean, they've seen what they've seen. It's about
yeah, the
whether
photos too, right? Oh,
Yeah, but I mean, they've seen what they've seen in terms of her behavior. You can't just, like, unsee somebody panicking like that. And I think it's going to be more a question of whether or not they believe it, but it's going to affect them.
so how does that affect the trial? You think
Well,
they will? You think they will? Because I haven't seen the defense putting on a play to make the jury feel sorry for Lindsay, other than the opening statement. But there's been a lot of talk the last few days from mainstream media talking about how the defense is trying to make the jury feel sorry for it. I'm like, I don't see it. I'm looking at it like clickbait. Mainstream media. They're gonna just go with.
Well, I mean, I think that the behavior of Kevin Reddington, just in my opinion, while that was happening and when they got back from the break, gives me the impression that he made some effort to avoid that, which I don't think is a sign of him trying to get sympathy from her crying.
Say that again one more time.
I think that his behavior after the break and while that was happening kind of indicates to me that he made some effort prior to the break or during the break to avoid that reaction, because he was so irritated and he was like, this is what I wanted to avoid. That's what his body language told me. So I don't think that that's indicative of him trying to get sympathy with her crying, because I don't think he wanted her to cry like that in the first place. I think he wanted her to be excused in some way.
Hmm. I mean, if, like I said, if you're willing to remove yourself, then I don't see why you shouldn't be able to. And if she's saying, I can't do this, well, then, give up your right to be on the court floor and go sit in the bench. Go back to the medical room. Like, you're giving up your opportunity, and that's the cost of you removing yourself. And so if you are wanting to remove yourself, but like you said, it wouldn't look good to the jury.
No, it wouldn't.
So what is he gonna have to is Reddington gonna have to talk to her like a father, and be like, look, I know you don't want to do it, but if you don't do it, this is what's gonna happen. So you gotta just do it. So
I don't know.
how does she get to where she gets to then? Like, there's so many questions with what happened yesterday and how it ended, and my brain just couldn't figure it out overnight. And normally I can come up with something, even if I'm in the shower in the morning and my brain's like, dunk, and I'm like, oh, okay. Like, it's usually when it happens overnight when I'm laying in bed and my brain's going brrr, or I'm in the shower and I'm like, oh shit. It's weird.
Yeah.
It happens a lot in the shower. It really does.
That sound though, the dunk, like it's like a light bulb.
Yeah, it is. It's like, oh shit, now it makes sense. I just couldn't figure it out. I couldn't understand it, even where it's coming from. Because she was acting this way before,
Yes.
So it's not like you saw the photos and then all of a sudden those emotions started coming flooding in, which would be a natural reaction, which is what most people thought happened. But no, she was this way before the stuff even started. So it was like, what in the hell?
Yeah.
What in the hell triggered that? Because it wasn't the photos.
Yeah, that's why I get the impression that something that they wanted to do was definitely just denied, and there was no way around her choosing between being there or excusing herself, and they wanted some kind of a middle ground, and she was told she couldn't have that. That's just what makes the most sense to me, and they might have to let her excuse herself if she just says, she can't do it, because she was obviously told that she has to or leave, and the consequence of her not being there, maybe now that the jury has seen that reaction, they'll understand if she's not there. But before that, at least, it would have looked like she was just not interested, like she was just trying to excuse herself from what she had done, which,
Hey,
yeah.
Look, you either can or you can't. You know what I'm saying? Like, nobody else put those bands around those kids.
Yeah.
Nobody. So you either can or you can't. And if you can't, well, then you can't.
Yeah.
You have to suffer what comes along with that. So I just don't know. It's going to be a very unpredictable morning. It's going to be very unpredictable with what's going to happen. I mean, shit, like that video I just played, how the court abruptly ended. That was like, all of a sudden, whoa. That's what can happen today. You know what? If court wants us, if court is going to end early and give us a day to go spend the morning and the afternoon out in the sun, that'd be a beautiful thing, wouldn't it? That'd be a beautiful thing.
I mean, it would.
Oh, it's so sunny out. But, well, speaking of, because we're not necessarily going to have a weekend either, but this Saturday or Sunday, stay tuned. I'll have a better idea tomorrow. Stay tuned. Saturday or Sunday, we're going to be re-airing, discussing, breaking down Patrick Clancy's full testimony. And I think it's going to be very important for all of us to re-listen to his whole testimony. We're going to edit out the breaks and um, the different witnesses that, it was kind of choppy. We're going to get rid of all of that stuff. It's just going to be Patrick Clancy's testimony, full testimony, because I want to, and I have for a while, and I know you do too. It's definitely worth a re-listen, re-watch, especially after all of these days of the trial, and kind of understanding more, getting more information, learning more about the situation, and then maybe going back to listen to his words again, and maybe pick up on anything we might have missed. When we read that GoFundMe yesterday, that he wrote, or that a friend relayed the message, it kind of brings a different perspective into things too, because he was the front row seat to all of this happening. So I think it's going to be very beneficial to listen to all his words again and hear exactly what he's saying now that we've heard all of these different medical professionals and all of the testimony from different people. So we'll be doing that Saturday or Sunday. It's going to be just as long as a day of trial. It'll probably end up being about a 6 or 7 hour show as we go through it and break it down. So that'll be Saturday and Sunday. And also that show is, normally we start our shows anywhere between 7 and 8 a.m. Eastern. And I know that's really late or really early for a lot of people on the West Coast. And so this weekend, it'll probably be more like 12 noon Eastern to like 7 o'clock at night. So that way, a lot more other people can kind of come hang out just because of the time zones and such. So we'll keep you posted on that. That'll be Saturday or Sunday, sometime around 11 or noon Eastern when we start for that show. We are waiting for the court to resume, and just hit 9 o'clock, but once it goes, we'll go ahead and remove ourselves and hear what's going on. They're going to be in a sidebar right away too. LaCosta writes, I don't think so, honestly. I think they will see the reaction of her lawyer during her crying. And this is to our question, asking how it can or can affect the jury when it comes to her crying. I was wondering yesterday, does Lindsay have to be there? But you're right, if she wasn't, it wouldn't look good to the jury. Yeah, I would assume, like it's like, look, if you don't want to eat pizza for school lunch today, well, then you're just going to have to go sit down. Like, okay, well, if I don't want to include myself in eating the pizza, well, then I have to sacrifice what comes along with not eating the pizza for school lunch. That means I don't get to eat nothing because I didn't bring nothing. That's what comes along with it. So I would assume that they would allow people to remove themselves. But
Yeah.
I'm a little nervous about court today. I'm wondering if that should be another poll. Is court going to be a full day today? I don't think so. Not if you're starting the morning off like this.
Yeah. I mean, I think that there's I know I've seen interviews with defense attorneys where the majority of them say you can put your client on the stand, but it's never a good idea. And I think that's a similar concept to, she probably can leave, but she really shouldn't, in the same way that, she should never be put on the stand, even though she could be. I have a feeling that her leaving the room is the same kind of thing. Like, it's probably a defense attorney's checklist, like, don't let her leave and don't put her on the stand.
So do you think the crying is a negative? And let me know in chat too. Do you think Lindsay's crying, whimpering, wailing, whatever you want to refer it to, do you think that is a negative effect or a positive effect when it comes to the outcome for Lindsay Clancy?
Well, I think that it's kind of been complicated by that hot mic moment as well with the prosecution and the shut her up thing, because I think that the prosecution is going to be much more fearful to complain about it or to look insensitive. So they're probably tiptoeing around it a little bit, which might be a good thing for the defense. If that hadn't happened, then they might be a little bit more assertive, like this is so unprofessional. But I think that they have to be more careful because of that. And I think that that will play into Reddington's favor in some way. And the remorse, the showing of remorse, obviously is going to help. The only concern is that there might be people who just think that it's not genuine. I think it is, but there's always going to be people who will say that she's just pretending. So it can go either way, but I think for the most part it's a good thing for her, in all honesty.
You think it's a positive? Because, there's some people, the way that trial ended yesterday, there was some people that felt that the prosecution was poking Lindsay with a stick. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
like she was crying and they just kept asking certain questions, and the amount of questions it's like they were antagonizing her is what some people were saying. Do you feel that? And also let me know in chat, do you feel that with the end of court yesterday, the last hour of court, do you think that the prosecution was poking a stick at Lindsay as she was bawling and wailing? Like they were like trying to make it worse?
I think so. I absolutely think so. And I just don't think that there's that much need for so much forensic evidence in this case, just in the sense that we know what happened. It's not really about what happened, it's about why. And I think that they're trying to fill in evidence in that way, and at the same time I do think that they're antagonizing her. I think that that's just some kind of a power play of theirs. I think it's very intentional.
But if you think that it's a positive for Lindsay, then the prosecution is trying to antagonize her, but then it makes Lindsay's case look better, right?
Well, I personally think it makes things look better. I think that they're very much gearing towards saying that she is not genuine in this, in the same way that they're kind of sharing doubt on the attempt she made on her own life.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I think that they are trying to exacerbate this to show that to try and show that she's putting on some kind of a performance. I think that that's what they're doing.
And see, a lot of people feel like, I agree with, and I do think it's genuine. Some jury members may see that and others may not. I felt that way about the prosecution, 100%. It seemed like the prosecution was kicking her. Like, yeah, so like they're being so, what's the word, vengeful? Like the prosecution is being so vengeful that they're not even seeing that they're shooting themselves in the foot.
That, and we also don't know how they were reprimanded for that hot mic moment. So they it might be that they're poking at that, because they might
That's right.
We don't know what happened, and we don't know how they were, told what they were told afterwards. So this could be a little bit of a jab from that.
Yeah. I can see that. Lacoste, I have a quick question because I missed some yesterday. Did the judge ever rule if he was going to let that TikTok witness test it? No, they didn't even mention anything about it yesterday. I'm sure they're going to have. I'm sure they're going to have more conversations. Um, that's not public. I'm sure we'll find out. I think what the judge said, he definitely did want to hear from that person, but he also was like, we should hear from somebody that works there currently or did when she worked there. And the defense, Kevin Reddington was like, you know how it goes with witnesses in the defense, they run. So
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he did say he had to take it under advisement, so maybe he has to consult with people to see if it's a good
Yeah.
idea or not.
Yeah. I mean, you never know with these. I'm just going to be honest. Like, I have a TikTok. I don't spend much time on it. I really don't. It's so toxic. It's so freaking toxic. And there's so much shit. It's as bad as Twitter and the AI shit. There's so much shit that's just made up just for clicks. And you spend twice as much time researching the shit to make sure it's correct than you do checking it out, and that's a problem. That's a problem. That's not a balance. That's a make you lose your shit. It's wild. But so yeah, let's go back to the poll here real quick, and we got 57%. So if you haven't to 43, if you haven't voted yet, will this trial end in a hung jury? You can type 1 in chat for hung jury. You can type 2 in chat for a guilt or innocence verdict, or you can type 3 for undecided. I'm just curious, do you think it's going to end in a hung jury? Type 1 in chat. Do you think it's going to end in a guilt or innocence verdict? Type 2, or if you're just not sure still, type 3. We got 57% have voted for hung jury. 0%, this is interesting, 0% have voted for a guilt or innocent verdict. 3, type 3 in chat for undecided. That's 43%. So it's either hung jury or not sure. 0% feel that this is going to end in a guilt innocence verdict. That's crazy.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, what's up, Joel? Full of conspiracy? Yeah, I mean, there's so many questions. This case is wild. This trial is wild. I didn't know too much about it in the very beginning, and we kind of did some research, and it was like, whoa, this is wild. Like she did this, and this is what happened to her, and this is where the husband's at, and he's forgiven her, and all this other stuff. But man, I didn't realize it was this in depth until we started doing this trial.
I didn't know any. I mean, I thought I understood the case, and I really didn't.
Mhm.
It's very complicated, and I've never seen a case with such diverse opinions and so many people who just don't know what to make of it. Like so many people, usually people have an opinion and they're like, this is my opinion, and they'll tell you their opinion. But with this one, people are just like, I really don't know.
There's so much to it. There's so much to it. So many questions, so many what ifs, so many. Gosh, I was doing some research last night, and a lot of this stuff was coming out about, the conspiracies about Patrick. And it's just wild, the depths that some of these people are going to like. There's so many conspiracies along with this.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just crazy. Joelle says, I changed my mind when I saw the husband and him being remarried and having a baby and a GoFundMe. Well, when did he must just get married quick.
I think it was
Because
in April of this year.
I mean, I suppose. But yeah, when did they start? But I mean, I from what I don't think thank God there was a GoFundMe, because I don't think she would have been able to get the care that she got, and he wouldn't have. The fact that her parents had to like mortgage and sell a whole bunch of stuff just to fund the attorney fees. And I guess he was part of the civil suit, is what I was seeing. Kevin.
I looked that up, and it said that he wasn't directly involved, so I'm not sure what that actually means.
Yeah, like he had something to do with, maybe he was not the main lawyer, but somebody
A
that
consultant.
yeah, when it came to certain, probably the psychosis and things like that. He's got a great track record of defending people with mental illnesses that have committed horrendous crimes. So I'm sure that was part of it. But yeah, the fact that that her parents had to do that, it shows that there ain't the money that I mean, it's a lot of money, the GoFundMe. Then you got taxes, and then the medical bills and such too, and the civil suit. I'm sure that wasn't. You're taking on medical companies. These medical companies have multi-million-dollar lawyer firms that represent them, and that's why they can get away with a lot of the stuff that they can get away with. They can just hand somebody a $2,000 check when somebody's really hurting and really needing it because they're in a medical, issue, and they'll just take it because they have to instead of going to court. That's what they do. That's why you're never supposed to take any money from them. If something does happen, you just go through the lawyers. And
Yeah.
normally when situations like that happen, you only pay if you win. So especially with the medical shit, they like to do that. But they're lawyers, man. They're there to make sure that the medical institutions don't either have to acknowledge fault, so then it becomes public, or they don't have to pay out a lot of money. They're very sneaky and very snaky, tactical. I have a friend who had this happen after her first and only child, and that's a real thing. Very sad to see. Yeah. Hopefully, there's some changes with the medical industry that doesn't fast track these tragedies, because this one was fast tracked. She was only being treated for a little under 2 years. It only took that long for all of that to happen, the tragedy. So
Yeah.
it can happen very quickly. High percentage of lawsuits, settle out of court, because most of the time these people can't work because of whatever happened, or they don't have an income coming in. Their bills are stacking up, and they have no choice but to do it. It's basically survive now or hope for later, and people will pick the survive now because that's just the situation they're in, and these companies know that. So they'll drag shit out. They'll do all sorts of tactics to get people to just settle. That way they don't They don't have to make anything public. A lot of companies do that to avoid accountability and responsibility. And then usually with the settlement, there's non-disclosure agreements, so somebody can't go out and say, "Oh, this happened to me and this happened to me." They can't say
Right.
nothing, because then
Yeah.
they can turn around and get sued from the medical company, and so they have to keep quiet. And it's a dirty game. Good morning, Caddy. It's a dirty game. It's very interesting for sure. Sorry. Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Oh, hold on. There's more messages that popped up. I think he failed her. And if you knew your wife was having so many mental issues, why would you leave your kids alone with her? I guess that's what I don't understand with hearing from is about the issues he knew she was experiencing and the things Lindsay had told him. I don't understand that. And we don't either. And thank you for that comment. We don't either. That's somebody that I'm even like after the show is over. You know what I'm saying? That is
Yeah.
one of the hottest topics is and even a poll question, like if your spouse or wife or significant other comes up to you and says they've had thoughts of hurting you and or your kids, a kid, another human being, especially your kids though, how in the hell? Multiple times, 3 times. How do you just go, but she treated him good the next day, so I was just being patient? What the hell are you talking about, man?
Yeah, that is the weirdest part.
I don't get it. Because I'd be like, look, let's get you to a hospital.
Yeah.
Let's get you to a hospital. I don't even know if I'd be able to sleep that first night because my freaking peripheral eyelid would be open watching, and I would be so scared that I would be waking up to something. Like it would haunt me just the words coming out of somebody's mouth like that, and it'd be like, "Oh, what? Now
Yeah.
let's take you to
Yeah.
go see somebody. We got to
Yeah.
talk to somebody." Oh, because I asked her if she had a plan, and she said no. So it
Right.
was we just on to the next day. What?
That plan thing bothers me so much. It's never gonna not bother me. It's fine. She doesn't have a plan.
Right, she don't have a plan, so but she treats the kids good the next day. That's
Yeah.
another reason why it would be good to hear that full testimony this weekend again.
Yeah.
To really like dig down, like listen to his words and listen to what he's saying and really understand, bro, how did you get, because he talks about it in his testimony, how did you get to the conclusion that it was okay to wait another day after the first, after the second time, after the third time? How did you get to that conclusion?
Yeah.
I still don't understand that either.
Yeah. I sent you an article about him, but I'm not sure if that's on topic. It's about Patrick. I'm not sure if you want to. You can look at it, but it's just about like the
Why
timeline
not?
of his new marriage or.
Why not? We're sitting
Okay.
here waiting for trial
Okay.
to start.
I DM'd it.
Is it on pause? Let me check. No, we're live. Okay. It's been 22 minutes.
Yeah,
This
they're
court-
very late today. Very.
They are never on time. Let's do this too. Let's see if we can have that chat showing up above our chat too. All right. Let me switch to this article 1 second.
I agree with Miss Cosmos though. The situation of a plan, it's ridiculous. It's like I just
What's
don't
that?
get it. Like
Of a plan is all around. Yeah. I mean, it's just to gauge somebody's seriousness, but that's not you. I don't know. I've said it from the beginning. I still have questions about how involved the husband was in the marriage and interactions. I don't know. When we were listening to his testimony day 1 and day 2, and he didn't recall things that he should have recalled, especially with the trauma associated with everything that happened. To me, I got the impression that he was not very involved in his wife and their marriage. Like, I got the impression that he sat in the basement 22 hours out of the day, and he came up and played with the kids and then went to bed.
Yeah.
Like, he was down in the basement 22 hours out of the day, came up for one to spend it with the kids, and then came up for whatever time to sleep, and then it was right back down. Like, I just got that impression. I don't know if it's true. Oh, hold on. Never mind. We'll get to that article in a little bit.
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Huntington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, counsel.
Morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we bring the jury in, could I talk to counsel over here just for a few minutes?
We took 24 minutes to start, and a sidebar wasn't included. I could have got more sleep, Rosie. I could have got another half hour of sleep.
I don't understand why he sits down though. Like why does he
Right.
take his seat and they have that poor lady, she has to like say everything really quickly and she always loses her breath like why don't they just say
Yeah.
they're gonna do a sidebar and then
Yeah.
but for anyone who's wondering, Lindsay is in the wheelchair because of the fall from that night.
Yeah. Fell on her head and paralyzed from the waist down. Killer mom Lindsay Clancy's ex-husband is remarried. This is July 24th, 2026. Killer mom Lindsay Clancy's ex-husband is remarried to New York City fertility doctor after he lost all 3 kids' heart of gold. The ex-husband of killer Massachusetts mom Lindsay Clancy has quietly started over in New York City and remarried after meeting a fertility specialist doctor. Patrick Clancy moved to Manhattan about 4 months after he found his 3 young children strangled in their Duxbury, Massachusetts home in January 23. Public records obtained by the Post revealed. Now the 38-year-old Microsoft employee lives in a Midtown Manhattan high-rise with his new love, Dr. Rachel Danis. And that's her holding some kind of award. Anybody remember that cartoon Doug? He looks like Doug.
I don't know Doug.
Yeah, he looks like Doug. Anyway, Danis, 37, works as a reproductive endocrinologist and infertility specialist. It's too damn early, man. At a New York City-based reproductive clinic. Heartwarming photos uploaded to social media chronicle the couple's love story, including pics of them attending the same Barry's workout class and smiling ear to ear while posing together at the New York City Marathon in November 2023. I don't see the photos. Okay. The duo tied the knot in April this year during an intimate ceremony at the Ladies' Pavilion in Central Park, followed by a celebration with friends and family at a nearby restaurant, Sarah Beth's. I think that's a steakhouse. Pat has obviously gone through an incredible trauma, and Rachel is a nurturing person by nature. An unidentified friend of the couple told the outlet she is upbeat, smiling, vivacious, and full of energy. It's fitting that she helps create life in the face of this tragedy. Danis also served as an assistant clinical professor in obstetrics, gynecology. Yeah, there you go. Gynecology and reproductive science department at the Econ School of Medicine at Mount Sinai.
So she teaches people how to deliver babies.
Rachel has a heart of gold. If she can take a guy and try to heal him, that's what she would do. Doesn't that sound like somebody that has like shit relationships?
That
You know,
sounds
you got
really unhealthy.
right. You got that one friend that always tries to fix that guy. You know, I can help save him. I can help fix him. And then you're like, why do you keep doing this to yourself?
No, that's not a good thing at all.
Why are you attracted to pieces of shit?
Right?
You know? Right? Yeah. Let me see. The friend and praised Patrick for refusing to let his children's murders define the rest of his life. A lot of people would recoil and just be a shadow of their former self and never move on. So I admire this guy. I really do. He said, despite the killings and their divorce, Patrick has remained. I have a really shitbag comment to say, and I'm not going to say it, but it's like, people can do that very easily when they're not involved, right? Despite the killings and their divorce, Patrick has remained publicly supportive of his ex-wife and even urged others to forgive her unthinkable crime. I wasn't married to a monster. I was married to someone who got sick. So he don't think that she is psychotic. He just thinks that she had a psychotic break. I know that's a topic of conversation too. Is she psychotic or did she just have a psychotic break? Sounds like a codependent relationship. I just kind of had a conversation yesterday about him a little bit. You know, as we're talking about how in the hell do you not get your wife to a frickin' hospital, right? As much as we talked shit about Elena Moore's husband and how he wasn't the one that picked her up from a mental hospital after she got released, right? Wouldn't you go pick her up? You want to give her some comfort? This guy never took her. I don't want to go talk to... It doesn't matter. You said this. We need to.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's the same thing. If we're gonna sit there and you know, Elena's husband has a stain because he wouldn't pick her up, well, Patrick should have a stain because he didn't do what he should have done. Listen, she's the one that's going through the mental episodes. Do you think she can think clearly? Hell no. He can. Why wasn't the one who was thinking clearly in this whole situation? Why wasn't he making sure that she got the help that she needed, not the help that she wanted? So I'm sure it's easy for him to... I admire that guy, says one friend, because he was able to just put it past him and not let it ruin his life. Yeah. Because he was on the Microsoft computer for 22 hours out of the fucking day. Kind of easy, right? Oh, I'll just go back to what I was doing for 22 hours out of the day. And then you have a wife that just wants to take care and fix people.
Yeah.
But you know how like when we were talking outside of the show yesterday and there was a conversation about how he seemed like he was a mama's boy?
Yeah. Well, in terms of...
That's what his new wife is.
Yeah.
His new wife is a mama.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't make that connection until you just said that, but absolutely. And there's something's not healthy there. That's all I'm going to say.
I'm just saying, like, when we read that article, and I'm just like, oh, that's the mama boy. That's the mama boy conversation that was being talked about after the show yesterday. I don't know. It just, I don't know. Is it easier for the forgiveness? You know, the forgiveness. There was no mention about religion in any of the articles. There was no mention about religion in the testimony. There's been no mention about religion when it comes to this forgiveness that Patrick has given to Lindsay. So why did he forgive her? I've said it myself. I would have a really hard time trying to forgive somebody that did this if I was in a similar situation. I know it's not the right thing to do. I'm just being honest. I'm human.
Yeah, I think for him, or what I'm suspecting it is that he probably sees the person that he met and married as a different person from what she became, and in his mind he separated Lindsay from sick Lindsay, and he's clinging to Lindsay, and he's trying to just eliminate the idea of who she was when she was sick. So he kind of feels like he knows the other side of her, and he knows that person that person he's familiar with wouldn't do that. And I think that's probably how he copes, like he separates it out.
So he doesn't have to deal with it.
Yeah.
Because he can't deal with it without his mama.
Yeah, I mean, that is a coping mechanism.
I mean,
yeah.
Realist reporting, okay? I'm just being honest. Like, mama can't fix it, so I'm just going to act like I'm just going to, like, shut it off and try and push it out of the way and not even deal with it. Because I know I can't. I know I can't.
Yeah. And I do think that he's kind of separated out the two versions of her that he's familiar with, even though it's probably much more complicated than that. I just think that that's what he's kind of done to make sense of it to himself. And maybe it's also like with everything we're talking about, maybe he feels that if he forgives her, he'll feel less guilty about himself, like she will forgive him. You know, maybe it's...
Oh yeah, like he doesn't have to accept responsibility and not bringing her to a mental facility. So he gets to downplay his own accountability. We'll get back to that in a little bit. That's an interesting point. Is he forgiving her so he doesn't have to be as accountable with his own lack of actions in this situation? Ooh, that's a good one. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not. And she looks somewhat calm so far, so we'll see what happens. Yesterday, she came in from the break and she was shaking and wailing and crying. But we'll see how it goes throughout the day. You guys saw how it ended yesterday. It was abrupt. It was quick. It was traumatic. How are we going to start here this morning? There's so much, like there's so much on one side or the other. It's crazy.
I know.
But there's so much to this case. All right, we'll go full screen here. Yeah, is he trying to downplay his own accountability? And that's why he forgave her, because if he forgave her, then he can say, I was just trying to take care of the good Lindsay. And good Lindsay came every other day. I didn't want to put good Lindsay in a hospital. That makes sense now. I never thought about it until this morning. And while we're waiting, we do have a poll up.
All right.
Go ahead and mute it real quick. While we're getting into the trial here, we do have a poll up. Will this trial end in a hung jury? You can type 1 in chat to vote hung jury. You can type 2 in chat to vote for a guilt or innocent verdict, or you can type 3 in chat for undecided. We have hung jury 63%, guilt or innocent verdict 0%, and undecided 38%. Thank you all for voting. And here we go.
All persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within and for the Commonwealth. God may give your attendance and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Ruddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask you those questions, and then we'll talk about our schedule for today. But first off, good morning. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for your patience with us and all the work that you've done so far. So the first question, has any member of the jury read, seen, or heard or overheard anything from any source that would affect your ability to be a fair and impartial juror in this case? Last question, is there any other serious matter or concern bearing on your service as a juror in this case? Anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. And in regards to our schedule today, it's going to be, I think it's a little bit different. All right. And a lot of it is because of the progress of the case and kind of where we're going. I anticipate we're going to hear a number of witnesses today, and we may break early. All right. And then because of some of these issues,
thank you for the heart, LaCosta and Kana over there on Facebook.
So you don't have to come in. You can come in if you want, but we're not going to be sitting on this case. So my suggestion would be not to come in and to take that and kind of, and just relax as best you can. And then we'll come in on Monday at 9 o'clock, and then expect kind of most of those days then going forward will be mostly kind of the schedule we had the last maybe 3 or 4 days. All right. So I just kind of wanted to give you that as information as early as I can, so that we confirm that today. So probably an earlier date today, and we're not sitting tomorrow. Okay. And so with that, we're going to return to the Commonwealth's presentation of evidence. And Commonwealth, will you call your next witness, please?
By the way, you can follow us on YouTube, TikTok, Facebook, X, Instagram, Twitch, and Discord. Oh, we got another sidebar. All right. Got another sidebar. This is crazy. It's 9:42 Eastern, and we still have yet to hear any testimony.
Speaking of sidebars, I have to step away for 5 minutes maximum. I'll be
Rosie
right back.
sidebar. Rosie
Yes.
sidebar.
Yes. Yes.
A lot of sidebars. I want a nutty bar. All this sidebar talk, I want a nutty bar.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Can you start right here? Raise your right hand for the clerk, please.
Good morning. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the evidence you shall give before the jury will not change in the Commonwealth of the Thank you, sir. You may have a seat.
Just step, please.
Or a Kit Kat bar.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Give me a break. Give me a break.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kyle Paveo, Kyle, last name Pavao.
And where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you worked there?
8 years with 18 total law enforcement experience.
So you worked in law enforcement prior to the state police?
Correct.
In what department?
Town of Mattapoisett.
And are you in a specific role or unit at this time?
I was.
What do you do now?
Now I'm a sergeant in field, assigned to the Bourne Barracks.
And previously, where were you assigned?
I was a trooper in the cybercrime unit.
How long were you in the cybercrime unit?
Roughly 3.5 years or so.
And what is the cybercrime unit?
It's the state's primary child exploitation unit. Assigned to that, or included in that, is also a forensic branch, which deals with multiple other crimes other than child exploitation.
Would it be accurate to state that you are able to examine digital forensics like computers and phones that are related to other cases?
Yes, correct.
Do you have to have specialized training to be in that unit?
Yes.
What type of specialized training did you have?
So I am a certified forensic computer examiner. I'm a certified forensic Mac examiner. I'm a Celebrate certified mobile examiner, and I'm a Magnet certified digital video examiner.
What is Celebrate?
Celebrate is it's a company that has proprietary software that parses through data. Most people know it for cell phones. There is a branch that does computers, but it's mostly known for cell phones, extracting data and also parsing that data out.
What about Magnet?
Magnet's the same thing. So Magnet is also another proprietary company. They have software, imaging software. They mainly focus on computers. They can do some cell phone stuff, but they primarily focus on computers.
To be certified in Celebrate and Magnet, did you have to take classes and pass exams?
Yeah, so my forensic computer classes certification is probably like a 6-month-long process. It's 2 weeks of schooling down in Florida. Is then a one-on-one peer review for 4 months of practicals of different file systems and computers. Once you get through that, it then is a practical exam. And then once you pass the practical, it turns into a written exam.
Did you have an opportunity to examine the extraction of a Surface Pro that was seized from 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on or about September 16th, 2025?
I did.
And to be clear, the Surface Pro was seized from 47 Duxbury Street in 2023. It was in 2025 that you examined the extraction, correct?
That is correct. I was provided those files.
And what is an extraction?
So these are actually, it's a computer image. Extractions usually typically referred to as cell phones. So this is a computer image. So this was an actual EO1 file, which is an in-case forensic file. So what it does is it copies out the bit-for-bit data on the particular drive that you targeted at. And then the in-case file sort of compresses the forensic image. It also adds some metadata to it. You can type in like case files. It keeps some integrity to it.
So is it basically you take a computer or a cell phone and you make an exact copy of the data that's on that cell phone or computer?
Yes. Computers, yes. Cell phones, no.
But you were working on a computer or Surface Pro?
Correct.
And so the extraction for the Surface Pro would be a copy of the data that was on the Surface Pro?
Yes. So the image in this case is a bit-for-bit copy of that drive.
And when you do the extraction or when you view the extraction, are you changing any of the data?
No, that's why we use these types of images so we don't touch the actual data on that computer.
Did your initial review of the extraction show a visit to a website entitled Suicide Methods on August 23rd, 2022?
It did.
Were you recently asked to look at that visit to that site to get a better understanding of how that website was accessed?
That is correct.
And how did you approach that?
I set a parameter. I went to that artifact that I had previously tagged, when I did the initial analysis.
Let me
And
just
then-
stop you there.
Sorry.
What's an artifact and what is a tagging?
So an artifact is every single piece of data on that computer is an artifact. So a computer could have 500,000 artifacts, let's say. That's a low end, but as an example. So tagging would be something you would flag that one particular evidence, that one particular artifact as evidence.
So in this case, the artifact was the visit to the website. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then the tagging was just so that you could find it when you went back into the extraction looking for it?
Yes, correct.
And so if you could continue telling us about how you approach that.
So I set a parameter of 12 hours before the visit and then 12 hours after the visit, and looked at the correlating other digital artifacts related to that.
And can you tell us what's a Chrome history database?
So that's a database, essentially, this is a very slimmed down version of what this is. So if you think of an Excel sheet, and each Excel page is a section of the database. So the database would be the whole thing. And there's a scheme or like a roadmap, let's say, of how these pages interlink with each other. That would be an entire database. Everything pretty much has databases. It's just easy for file expansion and disk saving space and things of that nature.
And what about Chrome Web History Table?
So a table would essentially be the Excel sheet that I explained before. It's a portion of the entire database. That particular one captures, without being a database engineer for Google, who created it, but that table tracks URLs, web page titles, dates and times.
So is it basically a table that you get from the extraction that shows which websites that computer has visited?
Correct. Each table has its own functions on different data it tracks, and then eventually it puts it all together. And
what about a Chrome Web Visits table?
So the visits table tracks things of were the web pages synced to the device, were they local to the device, are they typed, was it generated, was it gone there through a hyperlink?
So basically, is it a table telling how each website was accessed, whether someone typed in a search for it or clicked a link?
Correct.
And you mentioned a couple different ways: typed, linked, generated. So typed would just be someone typing in the search bar something to search?
Yeah, so typed could be a few different things. So typed would be somebody typed in an exact phrase or word. It also could flag the typed version, a typed flag if you copied and pasted something into the URL address bar.
So if you're looking at a recipe for, say, cookies, and you copied cookies and pasted it into the search bar, would that be considered a typed event?
Yes, correct.
Or if you just typed cookies, that would be a typed event.
Or cookies, or if you typed in, say you put CO for cookies, and then Chrome tried to auto-populate what they think you want to type, that would also create a typed event as well.
And then you mentioned linked. What is a linked access?
Link would be that you clicked on a hyperlink, which brought you to a different page.
And what is a hyperlink?
That would be it's a word phrasing, and then behind the word phrasing, there is a website coded behind that.
Is that like when you go on a website and there are certain words that are underlined that you can click on and it will take you to another page?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What about generated?
Generated is something that Google would suggest, Chrome would suggest.
Now, what is the Wayback Machine?
The Wayback Machine is a website that is it's I don't say monitored. It's created and maintained by the Internet Archive as a company. It's a 501(c) nonprofit. And what that does is it goes out on the internet. It takes snapshots of the internet web pages all over the entire internet and then archives that. So you can go back in later. It started like in the mid 90s or so, but you can go back to pick a date, pick a year, and you can see what that website looked like at that time, or approximately. It doesn't copy minute for minute, day for day, but you'll get something around the time that you were looking for of what a particular page looked like at that date and time you want to see.
So with regard to this case and looking into how that site, Suicide Methods, was accessed, what did you learn? Or what did you see?
When I went back?
Yeah, so go ahead. So
I saw, the first thing I saw was a Facebook visit at 9:40 that morning.
9:40 a.m. on August 23rd, 2022?
Correct.
And what was the Facebook?
The link was lynn.say. I believe it was 968.
So Lindsay with a dot in between the D and the S, 969?
969, correct.
And after the visit to the Lindsay.969 Facebook page, what happened next?
There was a search in Spotify music for the singer Tom Hall.
What time was that at?
It was shortly after.
Is your memory exhausted?
Yes.
Do you have your report with you? With permission?
Yeah. That was at 9:42.
So approximately 2 minutes after the Facebook account was accessed?
Correct.
And that website, was that a Wikipedia page?
No, that was Spotify.
Oh, I'm sorry,
music.
Spotify music. And then what did you see next?
There was a song off of that search in Spotify.
Was that That's How I Got to Memphis song?
Yes.
And was that at 9:44 and 18 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
Then what happened next?
There was a Google search for Tom Hall.
And was that at 9:44 and 30 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
And what did you learn from that Google search?
Off of that Google search, there was the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited.
And were you able to use the Wayback website to see what that Tom Hall page on Wikipedia looked like around the time of August 23rd, 2022?
I did.
Is this a copy of that Wikipedia page from the Wayback Machine?
Yes.
You can have this marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right.
I have no objection to any of the documents.
This is Tom T. Hall.
Tom Hall, yes.
All right, that may be. Thank you.
Could you see what happened next once the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited?
So I saw there was an anchor on the URL to the death section.
What's that mean, an anchor to the death section?
So an anchor would be put at the end of a URL, so a web address. So what an anchor does, it's a £sign followed by a section of that page. So if you think of it as, say you go on your banking website and it lists like a table of contents and it has login, mortgages, rates. If you click on, let's say, rates, it's going to jump all the way down to that page, just to that section. So it's a table of contents that's going to direct you directly to a certain section of the web page.
And so on the Wikipedia, someone clicked on death and it brought them down to that portion?
Correct.
And in the death section, could you tell what happened once the person was in that area of the web page?
Yes.
What happened there?
So in the description that described the Wikipedia page described of Tom Hall's death, there was some wording regarding a shooting related to his ultimate suicide. Go ahead.
Showing you what's been marked as 232. This portion here under death where it's self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head is underlined. Is that the portion you're referring to?
Yes, correct.
And that portion there with the underlining, is that what you were describing earlier as a hyperlink that you can click and it takes you somewhere else?
Yeah, so inside that phrasing, there's actually a URL behind that with an anchor as well.
Now, something like that, that type of hyperlink, can you hover over that with the arrow that the mouse directs, hover over that and automatically be taken to that site? Would you actually have to click on that link?
No, you'd have to click on that phrase with the link behind it.
And so, based on your examination of the Surface Pro in that area, was the hyperlink clicked on?
Yes.
And where did the hyperlink bring the person?
We now got to the original artifact I had located, which was the Wikipedia suicide method, but it directed it directly to the shooting section of that page.
Could you tell how long the person spent on that page, the suicide methods page, or how long it was accessed?
No.
Could you tell what time it was accessed?
Yes.
What time was that?
I don't recall the specific time.
Want to look at your report?
At 9:45 a.m.
So 9:45 a.m. The suicide methods page was accessed. Is that correct? And did you use the Wayback Machine to see what it would look like on August 23rd, 2023?
I did.
Is this a copy of what you produced?
Yes.
You can have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted. Thank you.
And what could you see happening when from that page?
I observed after that another Wikipedia page that went to the Grafton Bridge.
And was that from a hyperlink within the suicide methods page?
Yes.
Showing you page 8 of exhibit 233. So within this jumping section is where there was the hyperlink to that bridge.
Correct.
Here,
Yes.
Grafton Bridge. So again, the person had to click on that hyperlink to access Grafton Bridge.
Yes, that would be correct.
Now, you said that the suicide methods page was accessed at 9:45 a.m. What time was the Grafton Bridge web page accessed?
That was shortly after that.
Do you want to look at your report?
At 9:48.
9:48?
Correct.
And so approximately 3 minutes after first accessing the suicide methods page, the hyperlink for the Grafton Bridge is clicked.
Correct.
Was there any other activity besides going to the suicide methods page and then the Grafton Bridge page? Any other activity that you saw within those 3 minutes?
I do not know.
And so did you do the Wayback Machine again for the Grafton Bridge?
I did.
This is a fair and accurate copy of that page.
Yes.
We can have this marked as exhibit 234, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 234.
You're not able to tell who's actually at the computer doing all of this, correct?
No,
You can only see what data there is and what's been accessed, correct?
correct.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
That's it? That's your testimony? That's why you're here today, to talk about a search that was involving Tim Hall?
Sustained, if you could,
So I apologize. Your testimony today is based on that search on August 23rd, right?
Correct.
Of 22, right? And you were working as a state police officer back then, right?
Yes, sir.
And were you attached to the Plymouth County DA's office, or were you working somewhere else?
I was assigned to the cybercrime unit.
And the cybercrime unit works with the DA's office in Plymouth?
The cybercrime unit's its own independent statewide unit.
So in the sense that you're independent, it's still the district attorney and his assistant DAs that would reach out to the cybercrime unit and ask for help, right?
Or it could be the troopers assigned to the state police detective unit.
Joshua McElligott. He was the lead investigator on this case, right?
I assume so.
Okay. So you were tasked to analyze the computer, the Surface Pro computer, right?
Yes, correct.
And by all accounts, that was owned by Pat Clancy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was located in his office, right?
I don't know where it was located.
Okay. It's fair to say that when you analyzed the computer back in October of 2025, it was an investigatory role that you were using to locate potential evidence, right?
Correct.
And what is it you were looking for?
I was provided a search warrant with search terms, and that's as far as I knew of the case.
And what were the search terms?
I don't recall specifically, but they were spelled out in the search warrant.
So when you have search terms, you take a person's computer, and then what do? You access it through a device?
So I was provided the images. I never saw the physical computer.
So when you got the images, you were able to load them up onto your computer, I imagine?
Yes, we'll use a tool to help parse through that data. Correct.
And then as a result of that, you were able to plug in words that you could search for, right?
Yes.
For example, like suicide?
Suicide would be one.
Drugs?
I mean, I don't think that pertained in this case, but you could search.
It did.
I don't recall the specific terms in the search warrant.
Okay. So after you did your search for whatever it is that you were looking for, suicide and other, you're unable to tell us what else you look for, but in any event, you came across this entry on August 23rd, and you indicated that the time frame that you're dealing with on that computer, the Surface Pro computer, was 9:40 in the morning. Is that right?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah. You can look at your report too. I mean, if you have documents in front of you, do you have?
I do.
All right, so you can take a look at it. You have a document that's captioned matching results. Is that right?
I do not have that in front of me, but yes.
And would that be the search that you conducted?
Is that the magnet tool report?
I don't know what it is, and I apologize. I had research and I can have it see. So it's just, what is that?
This is the main page of the forensic tool.
Okay. And looking at the main page of the forensic tool, does it indicate the date is August 23rd?
That's the inbox. This also doesn't. Which? Are we talking about this highlight here?
Yeah, but what does that indicate?
That's an inbox. That's not that.
All right, so what time?
Cooper, could you keep your voice up or make sure you speak to that microphone?
So that highlight is a bail inbox.
Okay. And that would be the HTTPS. And then underneath that, makes reference to at some point that you were able to see that Lindsay or Lynn's Facebook account was accessed. And it wasn't even the account, it was actually the homepage, right?
Correct. It navigated to the Facebook person's account.
Okay. So that would tell us that that particular Facebook account was accessed, and then that conducted the search you just testified to at the next thing.
This does not have, this here does not have.
Facebook, does it? Right. How about this next one? Does that have the Facebook? Does it?
This one does, yes, correct.
Okay.
Both of us.
Yeah, both of us. Blind.
Yes, that'd be right.
All right. Thank you. Now, just before I leave, above that, does that also indicate like these two top lines?
That would be that was a CNBC web visit, which was typed in. And then there's access to a Google Gmail account.
And
inbox.
Google Gmail account was that?
That I don't know.
Because those two lines and references to the Google account were not in your report, right? You started off with the Facebook search, if you will.
Yes.
So you started off with Lindsay Facebook that was signed into the homepage on Patrick Clancy's Surface Pro computer, right?
So my tool report has all of the artifacts tagged as evidence.
Okay. So when you tag the actual data from the Surface Pro and the HP laptop as well, right?
Yes, correct.
And your October report back in was it 25 or was it 22?
25.
So, but nothing changes on the computers. I mean, whatever your searches are and your records don't change over the years, right?
No, as long as it's preserved in that state and the images of that computer will remain the same.
Okay, so, and it's fair to say that with this investigation, obviously happening back in 2022, that the computers were hermetically sealed and stuck somewhere with an evidence locker to make sure that they're preserved, right?
Yes, that would be best practice.
Okay.
That would be correct.
So then in October of 25, the district attorney's office asked you to conduct a search of the computer, apparently. Is that right?
The trooper in the Plymouth State Police Detective Unit reached out.
And that would be McElligan, right?
No, it was not.
Okay. Do you know who it was?
Trooper Justin Paul.
Justin Paul.
Correct.
Okay. And as a result of that, you then prepared your report. And one of the things that you did is you noted that on August 23rd of 2022, at 9:40 and 08 seconds, that there was an access to the Lindsay Facebook account, right?
Oh, there was a visit to that page, correct.
Right. And then that page continued on to look for Tom Hall and Walking to Memphis or whatever and the songs, right?
Yes.
On Spotify?
Yeah, the song, yes, after that was a Spotify.
And then the time frame of that would be that you went to a hyperlink that took them to methods of suicide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, were there any searches on that computer for example, ways to kill?
No, there was not.
To your knowledge, and I understand that you might be stuck with what you investigated, but are you aware that there were any searches from Lindsay Clancy or Patrick Clancy on ways to kill? You ever heard that?
In my initial report back in October, that contains all of the evidence artifacts that I had tagged as evidence and provided, I did not come across that, no.
Right. So basically what you are leaving with the jury would be that on that date of August 23rd, at approximately 9:40 in the morning, and then carrying forward with jumping from Tom Hall to the Wikipedia account to the underlined name suicide, jumping to that page, that all occurred between 9:40 and say 10 o'clock in the morning, right?
Correct.
Did you know, sir, that on August 23rd, prior to your report indicating the Facebook account, that Mr. Clancy signed in, and it was Mr. Clancy's email that accessed the Facebook account for Lindsay Clancy?
I did not.
And that was not included in your report, was it?
No, it was not.
And you know that the Clancys had 3 children, right?
I do not.
Well, you know that you were working on a case where Lindsay Clancy was the mother, and she was married to Patrick Clancy, right?
Correct.
And did you know, sir, that on August 23rd of 2022, that 2-year-old child was brought by Lindsay to South Shore Health for Dawson's ear recheck, that he had problems with congestion, but no complaints of ear pain, no fever. And that was on August 23rd, 2022, that he was examined at 10:15 in the morning.
I'm not privy to those facts.
So you don't know that Patrick Clancy's email signed into Lindsay Clancy's Facebook account. You're not aware of that, right?
It's whatever the default profile was signed into the Chrome browser.
And then that accessed the Facebook account, which looked up Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Yes, correct.
That then led to the Wikipedia talking about suicide.
That is
right?
correct.
Led to the Spotify talking about somewhere in Memphis, whatever the song was, right?
Yes.
And this was all occurring from 9:40 in the morning until, like I said, 10 o'clock thereabouts, right?
Correct.
So is he saying the husband looked this up?
You tagged actual data from the Surface Pro as well as the HP laptop, right?
I did.
And your October report contained searches from the Surface Pro, right?
Yes.
And you recall, for example, just a representative sample that, and this would be on the Surface Pro computer. Now
I
we're
thought I
jumping
was
ahead to
hearing that right.
December 5, not August of 22, December of 22. One of the inquiries of the Google searches was what to do when a psychiatrist overprescribed, right?
Yes.
Searches for medications, right?
Yes.
Including Lamictal, right?
Correct.
Can bipolar disorder be temporary, right?
Yes.
Can benzos reveal bipolar disorder, right?
Yes.
How long are detox programs, right?
Yes.
What is DBT? I'm just saying that's a search. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I had to look that one up too.
Okay. Lamictal versus Zola. It says Zolafy, but I would suggest it would be Zoloft. That was a search, right?
Yes, correct.
What is mania? It was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine for benzo withdrawal. January 18th of 2023 was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine therapy on January 18th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Now, you know, maybe not personally, but you know Steve Verino, who's also a gentleman who does what you do with computers and laptops and stuff, right?
Yes.
Now, you've worked on cases, and you know Steve, you recognize him right here, right?
Yes.
You know that Steve was working with me and Lindsay on accessing information from cell phones and computers, and he actually, through me, reached out about a month ago to the DA's office and raised some questions, correct?
I'm not privy to that.
Oh, well, the DA reached out to you about a month ago and asked you to revisit your investigation. And as a result of that, you created another report, didn't you?
I did.
Uh-oh.
And that would just be on July 26th of 26, right?
Yes.
And that was after the DA reached out to you, but didn't tell you it was because we had questions that Mr. Verino asked me to find out about, right?
Yes, I was not privy to that.
So as a result of dealing with the DA in July 26th of 26, You then prepared your report, and the purpose of that report was to find out more details, if you could, pertaining to the, quote, methods of suicide page, right?
Correct.
And in your July 26th report, you then went into detail about your findings, correct?
Yes.
And we would agree that that particular webpage was not a search for methods of suicide. It was actually the Tom Hall and the music, right?
That is correct.
And then the URL shows access to Lindsay's Facebook profile, correct? You accessed and found out that Lindsay's Facebook profile
was a web visit.
Right.
Yes, correct.
But you don't know that it was Lindsay that was actually using that computer to search for Tom Hall, right?
I don't know who was sitting behind that.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy plays the guitar, do you?
I do not.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy is a music aficionado, right?
I do not.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy enjoyed Tom Hall music, do you?
I do not know that.
And you certainly don't want to leave it with this jury that Lindsay was looking up ways to commit suicide in August of 22, do you?
All I'm presenting is the facts that were presented in front of me.
And it was a couple more questions, sir. When a user logs into their own Facebook account, it doesn't populate or bring you directly to the actual profile page. It brings you to the home page, right? That shows your followers and things like that.
I think so. I don't have Facebook or social media, so
right.
maybe, I don't know.
He's like, what? You don't? Like yesterday. You didn't look up her records? He's like, you don't have a Facebook? So the prosecution tried to blame it.
I would ask if I could, Judge,
Lindsay.
the two documents that I was questioning him from, could I introduce those into evidence? I think he agreed that was part of the search.
Oh, this guy is good. This guy is good.
Can we just approach?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, sidebar. Wow. This guy is good. What the hell, man? Like, you got the prosecution trying to make it seem like Lindsay... What is this skeezy shit going on? Can we just be honest in a trial? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you see the political fucking shit that goes on in these courtrooms? The prosecution knows damn well. They know damn well that it wasn't Lindsay. Like Caddy said, Lindsay was at her fucking doctor's appointment while these searches were going on. The prosecution knows damn well it wasn't Lindsay. And they do this skeezy ass. They do this skeezy ass shit. For what? Let's just be real. You know what I'm saying?
From the pediatrics associates that.
Let's just be real.
Well, I'd like to have it focused on that. You don't mind if we put that.
What we mark that for identification? We can address whether or not. I want to double check. I haven't gone through all the records either.
What a snake.
We'll mark that for identification.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Skeezy.
235 exhibit for identification.
Sir, just for clarification, before when I was doing direct, if at any point I said August 23rd, 2023, what you did when you did the Wayback Machine was searches for around the time period of August 22nd, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And anything that you looked at that day regarding the search for suicide methods or any of the other places that were visited were August 23rd, 2022, correct?
Correct, 2022.
And the visit to the Grafton Bridge Wikipedia page was at 9:48 a.m., correct? Not 10 a.m.?
That visit was at 9:48, correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about the defendant being at the doctor's at 10:15 a.m. Are you aware that it only takes 4 minutes to drive from her home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury to the Kingston location of the pediatrics?
I was not, and I also wasn't aware that they went to the doctors.
And you can't tell us who was behind the computer at different times, correct?
No,
You can't tell us whether people used the computer, then got up and let someone else use it, and then went back to using it, correct?
no, you cannot.
You can only show us the data that you observed that day, correct?
That is it. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So don't pin it on Lindsay, prosecution. You just made yourself look even stupider.
What has been marked for P for identification, which would constitute the health information records from the South Shore Health pertinent to the child.
This guy's good.
You're aware, sir, that the records, or you're aware, sir, you're not aware that the child was brought to the doctors not at 10:15, but was brought to the doctors around 10 o'clock in the morning. You aware
I'm
of
not
that?
aware of any of that.
And did you know how old the child was?
Sir, my testimony is related to the.
So you don't? The answer is no?
I do not. No.
Okay. So is it fair to say, sir, that, I mean, from your life experience, that when someone has to bring a child, a young baby, to a doctor, you got to get him dressed, you got to feed him, you got to get in the car, you got to drive? And that's the 4-minute ride as well, right?
I'm not privy to any of that information.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You can sit down. Thank you.
I mean, it's true.
Come on,
12
Timothy
minutes.
Chiappini.
Sneaky, sneaky, sneaky. Egg on your face, prosecution. This defense lawyer has been tearing them up for 6-7 days now. Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you are not. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing the re-air breakdown of Patrick Clancy's whole testimony. And also, we're going to be revisiting the opening statements. Trial won't be going on tomorrow, but we will be. Make sure you're here. I'll have a notification out here soon for you guys that you can click on and go hit the noti and come
Good
join
morning,
us
sir.
tomorrow. Thank you all for being here, and good morning.
Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Timothy Chiappini. Last name is spelled C-H-I-A, P as in Peter, P as in Peter, I-N-I.
Where do you work?
I work for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for the Department of State Police.
How long have you worked for the state police?
I graduated the Academy in March of 2012.
What is your current assignment?
I am currently the unit commander for the Critical Incident Technical Investigations Team
How long have you been doing that?
since approximately April of this year.
What was your assignment in January of 2023?
I was assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
Do you have specialized training in cell phone forensics?
I do.
And could you describe that, please?
I was initially certified as a Celebrite physical operator and a Celebrite certified operator, Celebrite certified physical analyst in March of 2017.
And are you also trained in gray key and magnet?
I've been trained in gray key examination since August of 2021, and I've been familiar with the forensic program known as Axiom in that course, but I'm not certified in Axiom.
And regarding Celebrite, can you describe that software for us?
Celebrite is a forensic access and acquisition tool for cell phone or mobile device forensic extractions. It also has an analysis component as well.
And were you asked to do a forensic analysis on a cell phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy in 2023? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Celebrite is an access and acquisition tool for mobile device forensics and cell phone extractions. It also has an analysis component for extractions.
And were you asked to do a forensic analysis on a cell phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy in 2023?
I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And how did you do that?
I performed an advanced logical extraction on the iPhone device belonging to Lindsay Clancy.
Can you tell us what that means in just lay terms that we could all understand?
An advanced logical extraction of an iPhone is essentially an iTunes backup. It is the information or data from the phone that you as a user can see, including images, calls, text messages, browser artifacts, basically everything that the person would see that uses an iPhone.
And is it just making a copy of everything that you could see on that phone?
That's correct.
And what is the analysis portion of, you mentioned you do Celebrate extraction and Celebrate analysis. What's the analysis portion?
In January of 2023, the analysis software would be Celebrate Physical Analyzer. And with that, you can also export a report to be utilized in Celebrate Reader.
So basically, are you just taking someone's phone, making a copy of the data that's on it, and then looking through the data?
That's correct.
Is it an exact copy?
Yes. When the phone is forensically extracted by the Celebrate software, a hash value is created. A hash value is a unique digital fingerprint of the extraction. It's an alphanumeric string of characters. And every time the extraction is open in the Celebrate software, that hash value is verified. If the data in the extraction is changed by just 1 bit, the hash value would be changed and the extraction will no longer be valid.
So basically, you look at those numbers, the number chain, to make sure they're the same, and then you know it's an exact copy?
That's correct.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
And was it an exact copy?
It was.
And are you able on the extraction to change any of the data while you're analyzing it?
No. That would invalidate the hash. I can use filters in the analysis to look at particular data that I want, but I can never change the contents of the extraction.
And so when you say use different filters, can you put things in categories to organize it so that, for example, can you put all the photos together and all the text messages together?
The Celebrate Physical Analyzer tool automatically parses the data into various categories, and it processes media, various forms of media, images, videos. It processes different direct communication, whether it be through a web application such as Instagram or the native messaging application on the device known as iMessage. So it parses the information automatically, and you're allowed to look at different categories.
So does it create a report with all the data?
I can create a report from the extraction, and it has all the data contained in the report, and I can filter it based on the parameters that I'm allowed to look at legally.
And when you do that extraction of a phone, do you get everything that's on the phone?
Depending on the type of extraction, I get all the data that's available to me by the forensic tool that I'm using at the time.
So do forensic tools improve over time to allow examiners to get more and more data from phones?
Yes.
So basically, what you were able to get from Ms. Clancy's phone was what the tool you were using at the time was capable of getting at that time.
I performed the most comprehensive extraction type that I was able to do at the time of the examination.
And then there were improvements to that system following what you did that may have allowed other examiners to get more information.
That's correct.
Were you asked to generate some reports about certain sections of the defendant's phone?
I was.
We could pull up the... Could look at the screen, please. Were you able to create a report regarding data on Ms. Clancy's phone from November of 2022 to December of 2022?
Yes.
Can you zoom in on that, please? And could you just explain for us the different columns we're seeing here?
The columns are automatically generated by the software when you create a supplemental report. This is a supplemental report created through the Celebrate Physical Analyzer software analysis tool. When you create the supplemental report, you can stipulate to certain parameters, certain content, certain timeframes based on your investigation. In this case, there are multiple columns at the top reflecting the different types of data, the timestamp for that data, a description in the source file for the data. This is a timeline report, and therefore it reflects those exact columns, and that is predetermined by the software.
So for example, where it says type, what is that telling us?
That's where Celebrite has parsed the data and categorized it based on the forensic extraction.
So there, number one, where it says activity sensitive data, what is that?
That would be the data from the health database within the phone.
If there was something in the direction box, what is direction?
Direction could be related to a call incoming to the device or outgoing from the device.
So if one was a phone call, it would say to or from?
I believe the exact categorization would be incoming or outgoing.
Incoming or outgoing, okay. And then the attachment box?
Attachment box would be associated with a message, typically a MMS message or multimedia message. A text message that contains a photo would be listed as an attachment. It could also be associated with an email that has an attachment or some type of transaction on the phone that resulted in something being attributed as an attachment.
And then what about the location box?
If the data source has location information associated with it, then that box would have data filled out. This report is 768 pages, so there's a variety of sources of data within this report.
And what about timestamp? Where it says timestamp, the date and time, is that Eastern Standard Time?
It is. It's UTC -5 as the time of this search warrant, excuse me, the time frame of this incident occurred in January of 2023. Therefore, the extraction reflects the exact time frame of the time zone of the device at the time of the extraction.
And where it says party, what would be in that column?
Again, this is a timeline report. Therefore, there's a variety of data sources contained within it. There is chats or messages that occur from the user of the device to other people, and those parties would be listed within the chat, otherwise known as a group message.
So if it was a text message, the direction would say incoming or outgoing, and the party would say who the text was to or from?
It would say who the participants are in the conversation.
So if it's one person you're texting, it would have that person's name, but if you're in a group text, it would have all of the names?
Correct.
And then what about the description box?
Description box is based on the database information. It has some information associated with the actual data that was parsed by Celebrite. It also provides the source file. The source file is the database that Celebrite parsed the data from. Everything that you see as far as activity sensor data or any other categorizations, that's done by the software. The software parses that data to make it more readable for the examiner, but everything is associated with an actual database within the device.
And so, for example, where it says source health, that's coming from the health section of the phone?
Specifically the health database, HealthDB.
And where it says source file, Lindsay's, how does that name populate there for source file?
Indicating that it comes from Lindsay's iPhone. That is the name that the software detects from the name of the device when it conducts the extraction.
Where the box for party, if it's a phone call or a text message and it has a person's name in there, say I text you and your name is there, how does that populate? How does your name get into that box? Is it something that the phone gets from incoming information, or is it something that's in my phone?
The tool is only able to take the information that is present on the device at the time. In order for contact to be in a phone, it would have to be entered by the user.
So would it be whatever I name your phone number is what will show up in the party?
Correct.
So if I have, say, my mother's phone number in there and I say mom, for her contact information, it will show up as mom?
The software will show up, will display the phone number and the contact name that was detected by the tool from the extraction.
So if I've put a contact in mom and the phone number will show up in mom?
Correct.
Can you search within this PDF?
Yes.
And do you do that by clicking on the search bar there at the top?
Yes, this is Microsoft Edge, and that is the proper method within this application.
And so if we were to search, for example, McLean,
I'm not sure of the spelling.
there we go. Sometimes it takes a second to populate.
It does. It's a large document. It's, as I said, it's 768 pages. So depending on the machine that you're using to conduct your analysis, it could take some time for the document to load.
Okay, and do you use these arrows here up and down to go to each spot that that word is located?
Correct. The application Microsoft Edge has detected 4 entries for the spelling that is in the search box, and you can navigate to each of those 4 entries by using those arrows.
So for example, here at message 6951, it says it's an instant message. It's outgoing, meaning it's going out from Lindsay's phone.
That's correct.
It's on December 21st, 2022 at 2:57 p.m., correct?
Yes, Eastern time.
And then it says from Lindsay owner to Allison, correct?
Yes.
So that indicates that it's a text message from Lindsay to someone named Allison, correct?
Yes, with the corresponding phone number.
And then here where it says more of a general depression mental health program like at McLean Hospital, is that the body of the text message that would have been sent from Lindsay's phone to Allison?
Correct.
And you can search through the PDF for whatever term you're looking for, whether it be Patrick or medications or anything that you're searching for. It will populate any text messages or searches about those keywords.
Yes.
If we could have the next one, please. Did you also do a report regarding things that were downloaded onto Ms. Clancy's phone?
Yes.
You can look here. Is this that report?
Yes, again, this is a supplemental report created within the physical analyzer analysis tool from Celebrate.
And what is this report showing us?
A singular item from the documents section of the project tree, or otherwise known as the analysis component of Celebrate Physical Analyzer, and it's one single document.
And do you just, this blue hyperlink here at the top, 2022 10 12 15 28, is that what you click on to access the document?
Yes, when you create a supplemental report within Physical Analyzer, it when it creates the PDF, if it has an attachment associated with it, that attachment will be in a separate folder within the report. That way, when you click on the actual hyperlink, you're brought to the physical document itself.
And for example, in this report, there was a request for medical leave form that was downloaded to the defendant's phone.
Yes.
If we could go to the next one, please. What are we seeing here in this report from December 26th, 2022 to January 24th, 2023? Is this the same type of search for any information and data on the phone during that time period?
Again, a timeline report is a chronological report of a sequence of events on the device, and it has the same categories as the previous exhibit. And in here, the first item within the date parameters happens to be a calendar entry.
And so if we go here to page 846 of the document, can you explain for us here, is this web history, website visits that are documented on the phone?
That's one of the categories listed as an artifact. The items shown here on the screen are all associated with web browsing.
And here where we see 1070 173 and 10774, and they both state, "Can you treat a sociopath?" Those are two entries that have basically the same search term, correct?
Yes.
And that was on January 20th, 2023.
Yes.
And they both say 8:28:29 p.m. So is it possible to do two searches at the same time, like it is displayed?
Thank you so much, Graham. 1976
The
for the
Celebrate System
200
Analyzer
joules jamming,
tool
and thank you,
parses the
Geraldine
information
UK, for
in
the
ways that
200 joules. Sunshine,
information can
thank
be
you so much for being
categorized
here.
in a multitude of ways. Simply because there is more than one entry does not mean that something was done more than once. It's simply just a category that Celebrate has identified. You could have an item that's in searched items because that's what the tool has identified as a searched item. Also within web history, as in the search item occurred within the web history. Does not necessarily mean that it was done more than once. It's the job of the examiner to be able to look at the timestamps and the associated databases to determine, is this more than one entry or the same action just categorized in multiple ways?
And when reviewing Ms. Clancy's phone, did you see numerous occasions where it looked like something was searched multiple times, but it all had the same exact timestamp?
That's correct.
And so what you just testified to make sure I'm understanding it, would it be accurate to state that one search could be documented and located in many different areas of the phone?
It could be parsed in multiple ways by the analysis tool.
So basically categorized?
Correct.
So it's one search that's categorized as multiple different things?
That's possible.
And so here, when we had the search at the same exact time down to the second, that appears to be one search for can you treat a sociopath, not two, correct?
Yes.
We can go to the next one, please. Now, this area here, this separate report, is this the notes that were found on Ms. Clancy's phone?
That's correct.
And if we could zoom in on that, please. And there's basically detailed in journal form, correct?
Yes.
Starting October 24th, 2022, and moving down, correct?
The summary portion that you just pointed to is automatically generated by the application when it reads the first few lines of text. The more relevant date is in the column to the left.
So over here, where it says created, October 25th, 2022, that's when the note is first created?
That is the date that's detected by the analysis tool from the operating system of the device.
What does modified mean?
That's the date that was detected by the forensic tool and the last time that this note was modified according to the operating system.
Modified being that it's changed in some way?
Yes.
And so if I start a note in my phone on October 25th and I go in there every day and change it, and the last time I change it is November 3rd, will it show every modification or just the last modification?
The only date timestamp that will show is the last modification, unless the forensic tool is able to categorize each time the note was changed. I'm only able to detect the modified timestamp or last modified timestamp and just the entirety of the note.
And excuse me, you don't know how many times this note was modified, correct?
Based on this forensic tool and this artifact, no.
Can you tell what within the note was changed?
I cannot.
So everything could have been the same and maybe a date changed, or there could have just been a date and everything was changed on November 3rd. You just don't know.
There could just been a one character change on the last modified date. But with this forensic tool and this artifact.
What's the date?
November 3rd.
Thank you.
And if we could just scroll down to the October 25th entry. And I would just like you to read this portion of the note. I would read it, I'm sorry, but I'm having some difficulty.
I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first, but I know that's not a feasible possibility. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as connected with Cal now. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. And I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all my kids. I'm also probably having a bit of an internal conflict because my whole life I wanted to have a lot of kids. I still don't want Cal to be our last, but I have a lot of figuring out to do before I have another. I'm on the fence about starting a new medication for anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids. And then when they go to bed at night, I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired. I want to be able to give him all the love he deserves. I guess that's what it's like to be the third child, though. He's not the first third child to ever exist. I think I know he'll be okay, but it's really hard for me. I hate that he has to put himself to sleep. I'm sad I'm not breastfeeding anymore, but I think deep down, these are the right choices.
If you could continue.
As for the sleep training, I needed a baby that slept through the night because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't. When Cal naps, I have to take care of Cora and Dawson. That's just how it is. It feels cruel to me that we did not do that to Cal, but the reality is we did what we had to do. I guess I also feel slightly traumatized by the sleep training, but that feeling was only really present when I was severely sleep deprived and paranoid. I know what we did was the right thing and okay. As for the breastfeeding, it kind of goes hand in hand with the sleep training. Once he started sleeping most of the night, it was then a daily struggle to keep up my milk supply. I was having to take a ton of supplements and constantly think about eating and drinking enough to keep the supply up. And then I was having to think about pumping extra to keep it up. And that was really hard to do with Cora and Dawson around. When I tried to leave Cal to go out with Cora and Dawson, I was stressed about the pumping, and not to mention the fact that Cal was at home and not taking a bottle. So it was a battle of if I should pump or not. I know I did the right thing because I need to be able to leave Cal with someone and get fed. As much as I don't want to leave him, I need to be able to. I need to be able to be present with my other kids. I still really, really want a fourth child, but I need a really good therapist before then. I'm on the fence about starting a new med or not. I want to feel happy, but it would be nice to feel authentically happy and not fake. But I need to feel happier than I did last evening because then I was pretty depressed and not enjoying any of my children. It was really sad. I needed the breastfeeding off of my plate. I'm struggling so hard because I wanted to parent each of my kids like my first, and since I can't, that's depressing to me. This is definitely the root cause of all our problems. Now I feel like I'm not parenting any of my kids the way I want to, and that makes me sad too. But I'm going to try my best today. Things I love doing that help me love and appreciate and enjoy my kids are activities with them. I definitely started having some depression after Cora, but once I started getting up and out with her, I felt much better. I think signing Cal up for baby music class would be a great thing. Maybe Fridays can be my day with him. I've just fallen out of the habit of doing anything fun, anything for myself, anything with Pat, and I need to work on that. On a positive note, I had a great deep night of sleep. I'm terrified of something happening to my kids or doing something wrong to mess up their development. Our generation is inundated with information about every aspect of parenting and everything that go wrong if you don't get it right, and all the scary things happening in the world. It's insane. For the last 5 years, I've just filled my mind with all things parenting, and it's just unhealthy.
Thank you. And so everything that you just read would have been written and filled in by the user, correct?
Correct.
If we could go to the next one. This is another note, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this note, it says it was created December 22nd, 2022, but then it was modified on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And This note here, again, you don't know how many times it was modified. You just know the last date it was modified, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know what was changed in the note. You just know that something was.
Correct.
Okay. If we could go to the next one.
Thank you so much, Hopper, for the 30 jewel
Now, in
and
this
flower. Thank you
report,
so much. Thank you
we're
for the
seeing some
contribution.
photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you flag these photographs?
The photographs had multiple modification dates relevant to the investigation.
How so?
The photographs have created, modified, and access date that are all the same. However, the metadata indicates a much earlier time.
What is metadata?
Metadata is data about data. An image is data. And with the Cellbrite physical analyzer tool, you're able to see the data about, in this case, an image. Metadata would be the device used to capture the image. It would be potentially based on the user settings, location data associated with the image, where the image was when it was taken, where the device was when the image was taken. A lot of times it'll tell the size of the image or the type of image file that it is.
And so basically, when you look at the metadata of a photograph, you can tell what device was used to take it and the date that the photograph was taken on.
Correct.
And can you also tell if that photograph has been changed or modified in any way and when it was changed?
Using the forensic tool, I can make inferences based on certain modifications.
And how do you do that?
In this case, the image here is a .jpg. That's the file type of this image. Therefore, I know that the image that I'm seeing is created, modified, and accessed on this date. However, it has a capture time of November 2nd, 2022 at 11:27:15 a.m.
And is there something on here that says when it was modified?
Where the cursor is now, it indicates the modification date.
So above it is when it was created, below it's when it's modified? Or no, down here, capture time and the metadata is when it was initially created, correct?
Correct. And you look at the source file, you can see the source file indicates that the image was modified under the component where it says adjustments.
So just for the jurors looking at this report, here in the metadata, capture time is when the photo was taken. Above it, the 1/23/23, that's the date that the picture was changed in some way.
Yes.
And are you able to tell how the photograph was changed?
I can do analysis based on an image and see that an image from its native format was modified.
So basically, if I'm on my phone and looking at photos and I brighten something or I crop something, crop someone out of a photo, that would show it as being modified?
It would show it as being modified. In this instance, it created a new file, which is why it has the created and modified date being the same.
And so would it be accurate to state that on this type of phone, when you modify a photo, you can change that photo and leave it there changed, or you can create a new image with that changed photo?
Well, with an iOS device, Apple has the capability of taking what's known as a live photo. It's a proprietary name with Apple, but the exact file type is HEIC file. HEIC stands for High Efficiency Image Container. And HEIC or a live photo is essentially that. It's a container or a burst of images that are taken over a very short period of time. It's a more effective way to store an image file within a device. It takes up less room. It also allows the user to have a multitude of pictures to choose from at a single point in time. If you modify an HEIC image to be a singular photo, you can save it to the file type known as a JPEG or JPG.
So a live photo is one of those photos that's taken and you see a little movement before it settles into the photo when you look at it?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an automatic setting on iPhones that it's set to live and you have to change it if you don't want that feature?
That's correct.
And so if you modify the photo and save that photo, that modified photo is not live.
Correct.
And is that what you saw here? There were a lot of photographs of the children that were accessed and modified in some way.
Yes.
And during what time frame were these photographs accessed and changed?
During the evening hours of January 23rd, 2023.
Okay, if we could go to the next, please. And what is this report displaying?
This is another timeline report with the first event starting January 24th, 2023 at 4:00 p.m.
And does it go on January 24th, 2023 from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m.?
That's correct. It encompasses everything that would be before that time frame. It appears the last entry is 7:02:01 p.m.
And this would contain all of the things that were done with the phone between 4 and 8 p.m. on January 24th, 2023. Is that correct?
Everything that was detected by the forensic tool based on the extraction type.
Okay. And if we could go to the time frame 4:30 to 4:35.
Contribution call out, Caddy. Thank you so much for the 30 jewels with the flower and also 10 jewels with the floating heart. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Appreciate it very much. Also, nearly 70% of our viewers are not subscribed, so do us a favor. Hit the like, subscribe, share this out to your socials and friends, and make sure you hit the noti bell to all to make sure you get notified of anything that we put out there. And by the way, instead of this weekend, tomorrow we're going to be doing the show of the deep dive breakdown of Patrick Clancy's full testimony. We'll be doing that tomorrow morning since there won't be any court tomorrow. Love you guys.
37 at 4:46 p.m. Is there a search for Miralax for kids on the phone?
Yes.
And again, we're seeing the search for Miralax for kids, 4:46:55, 4:46:55, the same time over and over again. Is that another example of one search showing up in multiple categories?
Correct. As an examiner, I would be looking at the timestamp and also the category second box in from the left, indicating that the Celebrate software has parsed it in multiple locations.
If you could start reading. In searching 3B in the document, we see here multiple sources. You could do a search with the number 3B. So we see here at 4:43 p.m. on January 24th, a search for the 3B menu, correct?
Yes.
If we could scroll down a little. And again, those are all at the same time, so they indicate one search for the menu.
Yes, and the tools parsed it in multiple categories.
And we could go back. Was there also a search for an Apple Maps for 3V?
Yes.
And what time was that?
I'm sorry, there's a glare.
If we could go to 4:13 p.m. And here in Apple Maps, do we see 3V restaurant at 4:13 p.m.?
Yes.
And when you're using a map feature to look up a location, such as Apple Maps, what type of information do you learn when you plug in a location or an address into Apple Maps?
A route preview.
And does that route preview give you a length of time it would take to travel to that location?
Depending on what you indicate as your originating location, yes.
And so if you plug in 3V restaurant to Apple Maps and it maps out a route to get there, does it tell you from your location to 3V how long it would take to get there?
Based on traffic conditions, yes.
Because that changes constantly, correct?
Yes.
So if I open up my Apple Maps and I put in 3V right now from here, at this time, the time it takes to get there might be different than, say, at 6 o'clock tonight.
Yes.
And so if we can go to 4:47 p.m. And here at 4:47 p.m., again, we're seeing the search for kids Miralax, correct?
Yes.
Is there also a visit to a CVS website here at 4:47:04?
Yes, it's categorized in multiple categories within the tool, but it parsed an artifact at that time.
If you could scroll down a little, please, to the phone call, the next phone call, right here. This outgoing phone call at 4:48:21 to 781-585-6581. Did you learn that that was a phone call to the CVS at 189 Summer Street in Kingston?
Yes.
And so that would be an outgoing phone call from the defendant's phone to CVS.
Yes.
Can we go to 4:53 p.m., please? And then there's a message. It says message 80, outgoing from the defendant's phone at 4:53:09 from Lindsay to Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And it says, any chance you want to do takeout from 3B? I didn't cook anything. It's been a long day, correct?
That's the content of the message.
Is there a response in message 82 from Patrick to Lindsay?
Yes, there is.
And what is the answer?
Yeah.
And then is there a response from Lindsay to Patrick at message 84?
Yes.
And what is that?
Okie dokie.
And then message 86, again from Lindsay to Patrick, does she send him another message?
She does.
And what does that say?
Check the menu when you can.
And then if you could scroll down to the next message, is that message 90 from Patrick to Lindsay asking if Callan just got up.
It is.
And then message number 92, is that from Patrick to Lindsay saying, also, what are you getting?
Yes.
And then 94 at 5:06 p.m., is that from Lindsay to Patrick, stating, but it was just a short nap in message 96.
Yes.
And then message 97 at 5:06 is 3D menu search.
Yes.
And that source says Safari. Is that a Safari web search for the 3D menu?
Safari is the default web browser on an iOS device, and iOS stands for iPhone operating system.
So that's a basic search on your iPhone for the 3D menu.
Utilizing the Safari web application, correct.
And then number 98, is that another search for Pedialyte?
Correct.
Excuse me. Now, both the search for 3D menu and the search for Pedialyte are at 5:06:45. How does that happen, that there are two searches for two different things at the same time?
Can you repeat the question?
So So you have in message 97, you have on January 24th, 2023 at 5:06:45, a search for 3V menu. Then the same date at the same time, a search for PDLX.
And what's the question?
How does it happen that you have two searches at the same time?
I would only be able to make an inference from here without having the forensic tool available to me.
And what would the inference be?
That there was more than one tab open.
Okay, so on your phone or a computer, when you're doing web searches, you can have multiple pages open, correct?
Yes.
And you can just click on whatever page you want to open, you can click on and that will open up.
Correct. You can select which tab you want within the Safari application.
Tabs, right? Okay. So how many tabs can you have open at any one time?
I'm not sure the number, but I've seen iOS devices capable of having more than 30 or 40 tabs open at a time.
So it wouldn't be uncommon or unusual to have at least two open to two different web searches.
No.
Okay. If we could scroll down a little, please. And then we have in 106 and 105, both messages. First 105, we have a web history at 5:06:47, the menu at 3V restaurant, again, the source Safari. And then we have cookies at 5:06:48.3vrestaurant.com. Can you tell us what the difference between those two are?
They're both from different databases. They're both associated with web browsing. Web history is from the history component of the Safari application. Cookies are installed through web browsing. Through legislation, when you visit a website for the first time, you'll typically be prompted, do you want to allow the website to download cookies onto your device? Cookies downloaded to your device serve a multitude of reasons. One might be that it allows the website or the company to be able to track your activity while on their website, which helps them for marketing and business purposes. Another component of cookies would be to enhance the web browsing experience for a website you go to on a regular basis. It would increase the load time. So it is an artifact that is indicative of web browsing.
And so message 108, again, we have at 5:06:49, we have a message from Patrick to Lindsay saying, oh, okay, is that correct?
Yes.
And then message 112, we have a message from Lindsay to Patrick where she says Mediterranean Power Bowl, correct?
Yes.
And that was at 5:07 p.m. We have a message 115 from Patrick to Lindsay at 5:08 p.m. Okay, I'll do scallop and pork belly risotto. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And then if we could go to 5:10 p.m., the phone call right there. Oh, go back to me. And so we have two phone calls here, one at 5:09 p.m. and one at 5:10 p.m. The first to 508-747-4950 and the other to 508-927-4046. The first one is for 11 seconds, correct?
That's the duration, yes.
And that's noted here above source?
Yes.
And then the second is 47 seconds, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you look into these two phone calls?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall the 508-927-4046 being the number for the 3V restaurant?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down a little bit. Are there further searches at 5:13 p.m. Starting at number 128 for PDLX?
That's correct.
And again, we're seeing that same thing with the same time, but multiple different categories that one search is located in, correct?
Correct. Single artifact, multiple categories that the tool parsed it as.
Can we go to 5:33 p.m., please?
We do have a live set for tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. We're going to be going through Patrick Clancy's full testimony, re-air breakdown, deep dive. Come join us tomorrow.
Which states PDLX liquid liquid stool softener, correct?
Yes.
And then at 1:47, we have 5:33:51 p.m. Is that a phone call from Patrick's phone to Lindsay's phone?
Yes.
And that has zeros in it for duration. Does that indicate the call wasn't answered?
It would be an inference.
And then going down to 1:50, we have an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Patrick Clancy for 14 seconds at 5:34 p.m., correct?
Yes.
That means the call lasted approximately 14 seconds.
Correct.
And then the last item there, item 152, that is an incoming call to the defendant's phone from Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And again, we have zeros here indicating that the call wasn't answered, correct?
It's an inference, yes.
If I could have these reports that I just went over submitted on this disc as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted.
36. Did you also, looking through the defendant's phone, access the information on the calendar portion of the phone?
I did.
And the calendar portion of the phone, does that have different types of data, both populated by the phone itself and Apple, and then items populated by the user?
Yes.
Could you give us an example of something that would be populated by Apple and not the user?
A national holiday such as Christmas Day would be populated by the operating system through the web, through the application of Calendar.
And then if I'm using my phone and I'm putting in appointments or parties or things I'm going to, that would be something that the user is putting into the calendar?
Correct.
And did you do a report of all the calendar activity for Lindsay Clancy's phone from August 4th, 2022 to January 31st, 2023?
I did.
I could have this marked as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted. Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to take the morning break?
I just have one more exhibit to put in and then I would be done.
That's fine.
Did you, I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
Did you also do a report on all the text messages between the defendant's phone and an individual that had been labeled mommy?
Yes.
And was that for the month of January 2023?
I did.
We move to have these admitted as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
All right. So why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right. So members of the jury, we're going to take a short recess, and then we'll return back to the case.
All right. Please. Please.
All right. We'll be in recess on this matter. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for being with us. We do have a notification out now. We were going to do it Saturday around 11 or noon Eastern. Since they are not having court tomorrow, we're going to go ahead and start this at 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow in place of the court hearing. So there is the horizontal link if you'd like to watch Patrick Clancy's full testimony re-air breakdown that we're going to do tomorrow. That is the horizontal link. And if you would like the vertical link, there is the link for you. You can go hit the notification now and get notified and come join us tomorrow. Also, if you're not subscribed, please consider doing so, and also hit the like if you haven't yet. I'm going to go through an article that Rosie shared with us, and we will read through that real quick. It is Getting to Know Kevin Reddington, Lindsay Clancy's lawyer. So we're going to check that out real quick. And then we are going to check out a video from News Nation about some of the new disturbing details that have emerged in the last couple days. But make sure you go sub to Rosie if you're not already. So we'll go ahead and read this real quick. Skulls, swords, and 100 murder cases. Meet the lawyer defending Lindsay Clancy. Kevin Reddington, the lawyer defending Lindsay Clancy against charges that she murdered her 3 children, has made a career of probing the horrors of violent crime and the human mind since he graduated law school in 1975. Let me lower us a little bit so you can see the text a little bit easier. All right. Reddington, 75, is among less than 1% of trial lawyers in North America and Great Britain named to the American College of Trial Lawyers. He has represented a Boston Red Sox star, the girlfriend of a notorious crook, and dozens of people facing charges of premeditated murder. Clancy, a former Connecticut native and Wallingford resident, is accused of strangling 5-year-old Cora, 3-year-old Dawson, and 8-month-old Callan Clancy on January 24th, 2023 at the family's Duxbury, Massachusetts home before attempting to take her own life. The former labor and delivery nurse has not yet denied the killings, but claims she was tormented by postpartum psychosis at the time. Reddington also had said Clancy was improperly medicated, which contributed to her deteriorating mental state. The prosecution is arguing she bears criminal responsibility for the children's deaths. Newspaper profiles of Reddington over the years describe him as affable, tough, hardworking, and dedicated to his clients. By 1997, he had been at the defense table in 50 murder cases and already had won a national reputation, the Patriot Ledger newspaper reported that year. There's no greater high than winning a case, the paper quoted Reddington as saying. On the other hand, there's no worse feeling than losing one. There's an old saying, you're only as good as your last case. You get over the wins fast, but losses stay with you, especially if the person goes to jail. The newspaper quoted him as saying, if the defendant got a fair trial, I can live with that because I believe in the system. It's very easy for people to say, to hell with the criminals, until it's their own son, husband, or relative that's in the hot seat, Reddington said. According to the paper, lawyers who know him cite a willingness to work as one of Reddington's main attributes. In a recent hearing on the Clancy case, Reddington tried to make a point about his workload, comparing the prosecution's wide-ranging team with his mostly one-man band. I am a sole practitioner, he said. In the past 3 months, I've had a murder, an R, and 2 back-to-back federal trials that ended 1 week before we impaneled the jury in this case. They want a cup of coffee, he said of the prosecution. They can send 5 cops down the street to get one. I'm an except for my son Patrick, who helps me out getting coffee. The Stoughton, Massachusetts native and father of 4 adult children has a black belt in karate and bears several tattoos. What? Kevin Reddington is tatted up? Including one in Latin. That's crazy. One in Latin that translates, never represent an informant. And another in Greek that translates into English as, come and take them. The response to Persian King Xerxes by the Spartan Leonidas when told to lay down his weapons. When Boston Magazine named him the best criminal defense attorney in the state more than 20 years ago, Reddington had convinced a jury that former Red Sox first baseman Mo Vaughn failed to sobriety due in part to a bad knee. At the time, he was representing a Catholic priest accused of SA of an altar boy more than 50 times, according to a 2006 story in the magazine. To find the best attorneys, according to the article, reporters interviewed hundreds of lawyers, judges, clients, and others in the legal system and asked that these kinds of questions. If your brother was charged with a serious crime, who would you want to represent him? Among his best-known cases was his successful defense of Therese Rogers, a 33-year-old Bridgewater woman accused of killing her boyfriend by plunging knives into his eyes while he slept. Oh, my Lord. According to a 2011 profile of Reddington in Wicked Local. Reddington convinced jurors that Walter E. Quinn Jr. had abused Rogers and her 9-year-old daughter for years, leading to a type of temporary insanity called battered woman syndrome. Wicked Local reported it. It was the first successful use of the defense in Massachusetts, according to the news site and other published stories. The Wicked Local story also described the somewhat unusual decor in Reddington's office, including framed newspaper accounts of his trials and shelves holding his collections of skulls, swords, and daggers and other implements of destruction. He holds onto evidence after acquittals, including brass knuckles serving as a paperweight on his desk and a Luger pistol, the news reported. Damn, this dude sounds like a badass. In a recently published profile, the Patriot Ledger recounted Reddington's defense in 2012 of Catherine Greig, the longtime girlfriend of mobster James Whitey Bulger. The two were arrested in California after 16 years on the run. Greig later pleaded guilty to charges that included conspiracy to harbor Bulger as a fugitive and was sentenced to 8 years in prison. 3 years ago, the Boston Globe ran a profile of Reddington as he prepared to defend Clancy. By that time, he had handled more than 100 murder cases, and few lawyers, the newspaper reported, knew as much about crimes driven by insanity. Former federal prosecutor Zachary R. Hafer told the paper that Reddington was well equipped to handle a case like Clancy's. It's a combination of his preparation and his human touch, the Globe quoted Hafer as saying. He understands the human element and how it impacts cases, especially cases like this. Reddington's ability to see the human being even in the most horrific acts, his supporters say, has enabled him to take on not just celebrity cases, but high-profile cases that may seem unthinkable, the Globe reported. Reddington's methods, according to people who have observed him in action, are rooted in a sincere interest in and commitment to his clients' well-being, the paper reported. Lawyers are supposed to be dispassionate, just the facts, that sort of thing. But something this fraught, young children killed by their mother, notwithstanding the mental health issues that the defendant appears to have had, yet have to have a deft touch. The Globe quoted Hafer as saying, Reddington fights really hard for his clients as he does that without alienating all the other people in the system. Dan Nardo, managing partner of the strategic advisory firm Nardo and Associates, described Reddington as a friend who is deliberately quiet about most of his work. Nardo, who is handling some publicity for Reddington during the Clancy trial, said Monday that Reddington takes on complex cases because he believes in something most people abandon after law, that everyone deserves a defense, that liberty is not abstract, that the system only works if someone fights like it matters. During a trial in 1989, Nardo recounted Reddington flung martial arts throwing stars across a courtroom to demonstrate how dangerous they are. That's not showmanship, he wrote. It's Kevin being Kevin. It's a lawyer who knows that evidence isn't just read to a jury, it's communicated. He makes jurors understand what's actually at stake. What an article, Rosie.
Yeah, I
Man,
thought that was pretty cool because it kind of explains him as a person a little more.
yeah, tatted up, black belt, swords and skulls all over his office, brass knuckle and a Luger for paperweights. Damn, I didn't know Kevin Reddington had all that in him, you know?
Right.
Wild. Wild stuff. Let me see. How long have we had a break for so far? Maybe 10 minutes or so? It's probably going to be a short break. Let me see what we can get in the meantime. There was something from a couple days ago. Yes. Criminally obsessed. When we talked about the perfect storm, this is criminally obsessed. She did a video on that exact topic. We were talking about it this morning. A perfect storm. It seems like it was a perfect storm for Lindsay Clancy and everything that kind of happened around her, you know, the situation and the medical issues and all that stuff. It really, you know, the doctors, the husband. I mean, geez, after this last, you know, the last witness that they had before this gentleman, you know, it was crazy how the prosecution was trying to make it seem like Lindsay was the one that was searching up all of those items on the internet, and here it seems like it was the husband. You know, we've had some questions, you know, why wasn't the husband making sure she got to the hospital when she mentioned 3 times that she had thoughts of hurting her children? You know, there's just, you know, how even with this last one, you know, she was describing, you know, the medical treatment that she needed, that she was seeking, how she couldn't get any sleep and all this other stuff. And it's like, why wasn't Hubs around to say, you know what, babe, I know you're having a hard time trying to get some sleep. Let me take care of the kids. Let me do this so you can go lay down for a few hours. Why wasn't that even happening? It just, where in the hell was he at? Was he literally in the office, like I said this morning, 22 hours out of the day, 1 hour to go play with the kids, and then the other hour is like whatever? I wonder if he slept in the office. You know what I'm saying? Like, did they sleep separately? Like, I don't understand. If you care about your wife, you love her as much as you claim to love her, how in the hell were you not there for her? If you were literally, you're not having to go to the office, you're not having to do any of this stuff, so why in the hell were you not there? It just makes absolutely no sense. All right, we're going to check out this video. This is criminally obsessed lover content. We're going to share this out with you guys, and this is her discussing the perfect storm. Everything that, yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. I just wanted to say quickly before you start. We did hear about the sleeping arrangements. If you
yeah, go ahead and let me know, because I didn't hear it.
So I think that they apparently slept in the same room. There was
really,
when she was going through this terrible insomnia, she asked him to sleep in the basement for a couple of nights. He did. But she still couldn't sleep, and then she started sleeping in the basement. And we heard this from the nanny, but I can't remember how long that lasted, if she stayed down there, if they went back to the same room, but there was mention of it.
Do you know who was talking about it? I'd like to kind of go through that outside of a show sometime, or maybe we can look up a clip and we can play it in one of the breaks for
Patrick
lunch.
mentioned it in his testimony, and then there was also
Okay.
something about it when the nanny was on the stand.
Okay. Well, speaking of Patrick, again, there's the link. We'll be doing our show tomorrow. Tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern, same time as court would start, since we're doing it on Friday instead of this weekend. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing the Patrick Clancy's full testimony, re-air, breakdown, deep dive, all of it. We're going to be going through the whole thing, probably go through the opening statements, and we'll hear exactly what we're kind of discussing right now when it comes to the sleeping arrangements. The notification's out, whether you prefer horizontal or vertical. They are both there. If you do want me to drop the link in chat again, let me know and I can drop it again. It should be just a couple messages scrolled up on there. So we're going to check this out real quick. Thank you all for being here. Please hit like, subscribe if you're not, and definitely go subscribe to Criminally Obsessed. Great show and great key points to discuss. Look at all those awards by her. That's cool. All right, we're going to check this out, and this is about everything, all the dominoes, people, all the dominoes that needed to be set in place in order for that last domino, which is the tragedy that took place, for that last domino to fall. Here's Criminally Obsessed talking about it.
The more I watch the Lindsay Clancy trial, the more I think this case was a perfect storm. Not one failure, a series of forces colliding at exactly the wrong time. And to help us pull those forces apart, I've got criminologist Dr. Nikki Jackson. She's a criminal justice professor at Purdue University Northwest. She's going to walk us through how the doctors, the medications, and the system itself may have failed Lindsay Clancy.
For me, as a criminologist, I think what's so upsetting is I do believe this was preventable. When we talk about theories of crime, it's not to excuse somebody's behavior, but to understand it.
Lindsay Clancy was struggling after the birth of her third child. She sought help. She saw doctors. That's plural. We're talking psychiatrists, nurse practitioners, emergency room doctors, the staff at an inpatient program. She checked herself into a psychiatric hospital and checked herself out. And in the 4 months before January 24th, 2023, she was prescribed, let's count them, 13 different psychiatric medications, including Zoloft, Prozac, Seroquel, amitriptyline, stacked in some cases by providers who had no idea what the others were prescribing. Somewhere in that fog, Lindsay Clancy says she started hearing voices that weren't there. What happened next left 3 small children dead and Lindsay Clancy in a wheelchair with nothing left. But guess what makes this so much worse? We've infamously been here before. More than 2 decades ago, Texas mom Andrea Yates was found responsible in the deaths of her 5 children. She was suffering from severe postpartum psychosis. After 1 mistrial, she was found not guilty by reason of insanity. And her case was supposed to change the way that we looked at this illness. And yet, here we are again. Lindsay Clancy is now asking a Massachusetts jury for the same verdict based on the same diagnosis. So Dr. Jackson and I are going to pull apart the pieces of this storm.
Just listening to the testimony of these psychiatrists, there's been a lot of discussion about one of them being very young and unsophisticated because of her lack of experience.
The doctors, the medications, the support system, Lindsay's state of mind, and the insanity defense itself. And maybe the most important question of all, after Andrea Yates, did we learn enough to prevent this from happening again? And if we didn't, will Lindsay Clancy finally move the needle? Be sure to like, subscribe, and turn on your notifications because we're going to be updating this story. Now, let's get into it. I've got Dr. Nikki Jackson joining me. Dr. Jackson, thank you so much. A renowned criminologist, victimologist. Your information is so helpful right now as we're going through the Lindsay Clancy trial. There is a lot we're trying to understand about the defense right now and how people are looking at this case.
Thank you for having me.
Tell me about your background a little bit, Dr. Jackson.
I'm a criminal justice professor at Purdue University Northwest, and I also am the executive director for the Center for Justice and Exoneration Network. I'm working in the wrongful conviction space and making sure that people get fair trials. I teach a victimology course, and we talk about all sorts of different types of victims and what makes people vulnerable to victimization. And recently I've added people who are innocent, who've been wrongly convicted, and into the course, because they are also victims of a system that failed them.
Well, how does this apply to this story, do you think, the Lindsay Clancy story?
Oh, I think just really understanding her, what may have led to this, the mental health breakdown over period of time. At the end of the day, the kids, the children, are the true victims. They are the direct victims. They are the ones who have suffered, and they should still be here. They should still be here. And I understand the angst. So if we were talking about this case in terms of my victimology course, we would be talking about the children, the direct victims whose voices have somehow been lost in all of this, and really talked about what led to this tragic nightmare. I know the doctors have been using the word event, and to me, it's more than an event. This was an absolute horrific ordeal that these children had to endure. And I hope, and I don't think people are forgetting the children on either side. I don't think, whether you support Lindsay or you don't, I think the children are the most important part of this entire this nightmare.
Yeah, it raises the question of whether or not Patrick Clancy is also a victim in this.
And I have to tell you, in my class, I would talk about him as an indirect or secondary victim. I know there's going to be a lot of people who are not happy with that because they believe he is ultimately responsible. And it's easy for us to, sit here and say this is what he should have done and what he shouldn't have done. But if you don't have the tools to do the right things, whatever those right things are, you may not know what to do. And it's a very stressful time for caregivers when somebody is suffering from a mental health breakdown. And I'm hoping if anything comes out of this horrific nightmare and the loss of these 3 children, that we can prevent this from happening to other children by really educating those who are not just the husband, but everybody else around the mother.
Her defense is basically a lack of criminal responsibility due to her postpartum psychosis. Talk to me about what you're seeing in her defense. How is this working?
So in Massachusetts, their insanity defense is different than in most states in the country. Most states follow what's called the McNaughton rule, where if the court determines that a person didn't understand right from wrong, then that person, cannot be held accountable for their actions. In Massachusetts, they follow what's called a McCool rule or standard. In other states, the defense has to prove that this person is insane. In Massachusetts, the burden of proof falls on the prosecutor, the state, to show that this person understood and should be held criminally responsible. So Massachusetts is unique from other states.
Why do you think people are literally obsessing over this case at this point? And that's the only word I can use because it is everywhere.
I mean, I think there's so many people who've been impacted. We've all been impacted by this tragedy. And I think people are obsessed because we put ourselves in the shoes of any of those folks. Maybe it's Lindsay, maybe it's Patrick, maybe it's the doctors, whomever. And I think when we see these people, we start to relate to them. And I think that's what's happening.
Well, I think it also makes us realize how fragile the human situation is, right?
I wish I could bring those children back. And I know we all wish that. I don't think there's a person here listening today who doesn't wish we could bring those children back. We can't, but let's stop this from happening again.
It felt like a perfect storm. You had a labor and delivery nurse, Lindsay Clancy, who felt like she had a handle on her own medical condition to some degree. A lovely husband that was trying to get 3 kids up and was trying to work and trying to deal with a mom that was not doing well, a wife that wasn't doing well. And then you have a medical community during a post-COVID issue. I mean, there are so many things that I look along the ways of this case and say, there are so many reasons that this failed. But it won't make it less heartbreaking, but it's just, to me, it was a perfect storm of disaster.
Yeah, and I think what makes, for me as a criminologist, I think what's so upsetting is I do believe this was preventable. I do believe that, that she was begging for help. That doesn't, I'm not here to excuse somebody's behaviors, right? And I will say this in class, we're not here to, when we talk about theories of crime, it's not to excuse somebody's behavior, but to understand it. And the jury's going to have to decide if she really understood what she was doing and couldn't stop herself. And I think at the end of the day, it'll be interesting to see what they determine. There's so many victims born out of this tragedy, and I hope we all take a moment and think about what we're typing on our keyboards, on our cell phones, because a lot of things I've read have been very irresponsible and have really re-victimized people who've been victimized. I mean, think about friends of Lindsay Clancy. They're wondering, how did I miss this? Mm-hmm. How did I not stop this from happening? But they didn't intervene because they probably didn't know how to intervene.
As we look at this compared to what we've already experienced with the Andrea Yates situation, Andrea Yates went through 2 trials. The first one, she was found guilty back in the early 2000s, and then of killing her 5 children by, she drowned them in a bathtub. She was already diagnosed with psychoses, I understand, when that happened. Now, they went back in because of a screw up with one of their experts who was quoting a Law and Order episode on television that never happened. They end up getting a new trial, and she's found not guilty by reason of insanity. So there is a precedent for this with a postpartum psychosis.
There is. And she also had a lot of support from her now ex-husband, Rusty. And because he had supported her because he knew, he lived with her, and he knew she was suffering from this mental illness after the children were born.
Well, and so here's the thing that keeps on haunting me on this case is you look at postpartum psychosis, and we're using it as the defense, yet we don't have a previous diagnosis, from what I understand, of postpartum psychosis. We've been looking at generalized anxiety disorder. That's not even postpartum. No. Does that hurt the defense, or does that just build the case for negligence on the part of a perceived negligence or an alleged negligence on the part of the medical community?
From what I'm seeing, I do believe that I'm concerned about the experts and how they handled her condition. There's a lot of blame going on because 3 innocent children are dead, and we're all angry and upset about it. I think that there was a whole village out there who were responsible for this explosion. I think she was obviously the person who committed the killings, but I think there were warning signs in advance.
Being mentally ill is not going to get you out of being criminally responsible. But a psychosis where you're not in control, or you feel like you're not in control of your actions, I would assume would be.
Yeah, because you can't be held criminally responsible then. If if you're not, like Rusty Yates said, that it wasn't Andrea who killed their 5 kids. It was somebody else, who did it. It wasn't the loving wife and mother who he knew. And that's why he supported her. And I think that's why, Patrick Clancy supported his wife. What he knew was a loving and supporting wife and mother who was obviously suffering from some mental health issues.
Well, and that, that raises another question as far as we look at like how the prosecution jumping on certain things. Another thing is about how, and we've heard it in the trial already, when Lindsay was researching how long it would take Patrick, her husband, to get to a couple of errands that she sent him out on, for the takeout and for the trip to the CVS for the kids.
There's really 2 ways to look at that, why she researched it. One way is she wanted him out of the house to commit these horrific crimes.
Right.
The other side, is she didn't want him to be gone that long. She wanted to know how long she was going to be home with those kids, right? And she was scared and she didn't. If that was the case, why send him to the furthest restaurant?
We hear about the suicidal hallucinations. She says that the voice, a male voice, told her as soon as Patrick left to pick up the food, there was a loud, demanding, repetitious voice that said, "This is your last chance to kill the children so you can kill yourself. This is your last chance. You have to kill the kids so you can kill yourself." And Lindsay felt a force come over her. Now, the reason I'm just pointing that out right now is because we did not hear this in previous conversations with psychiatrists when she talked to them. How damaging is that as far as talking about hearing voices, even if she was scared to tell people that maybe they would take her kids away, but she was scared to tell people or doctors about this. How this may affect her ability to use this insanity defense.
So when I'm teaching my murder course or my victimology course, one of the things I talk about when we talk about the insanity defense, one of the things the state will look at was, did she remove somebody from the house in order to commit the crime? And I think that's, in my opinion, going to be the state's strongest piece of evidence that she sent him out. And I know the internet has gone wild about why did he leave? What was he thinking? But we have to understand that on that particular day, she had taken their daughter to the doctor. They built a snowman. So she seemed pretty normal that day. And, and I've said this several times, he's not a trained expert. He's a lay person. He's a husband. He's a father. And at no point in time have we ever given any instruction to these husbands on what they should be looking for. And I think that's somewhere we should be heading. I think that's something we should be doing in the future. These psychiatrists should be also talking to the partners of these women who are suffering from postpartum depression.
Okay, I just got to say real quick. You shouldn't need help or advice on how to navigate your wife telling you 3 times that she's had thoughts of hurting the children. I just won't ever understand that.
Postpartum psychosis, on what the warning signs are. And I think that that's just not something that's been done properly. And I think we need to be better at that. For me, it's all about, maybe because I'm a professor, but it's all about education. We have to educate society, not just and doctors too. I'm married to a physician. My husband's an ER doctor. He's not trained, I don't think, in postpartum psychosis. He's there to treat something immediate, right, at that very moment. But I don't think ER doctors, maybe I'm wrong, but are taught to handle the mental crisis. So that's when they bring in the psychiatrist or whomever they bring in. But I think even just listening to the testimony of these psychiatrists, and I know there's been a lot of discussion about one of them being very young and unsophisticated because of her lack of experience.
She was a couple months out of her residency, Dr.
Right. And I think that's a problem. I think, I was a very young professor. I was 26, and I remember people saying, "You're too young to be a professor."
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've earned my training. I've earned it. I've earned my degrees. But I will tell you, at 26 with a PhD, or 27, however old, is very different than at 62. I've learned a lot over the years. So I would hope that, and again, called
Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you are not. By the way, we are having a show tomorrow, 9 a.m. Eastern. We're going to be breaking down Patrick Clancy's full testimony, and we're going to be taking your live calls. We're going to talk more about this husband. I want to hear from you guys tomorrow. I want to hear what you think about Patrick. I got a lot more questions now.
This court is now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Morning.
Morning, sir.
So you are part of the prosecution team that handles the downloads of computers and cell phones and things like that, right?
Specifically mobile devices, sir, not computers.
Mobile devices, okay. And the other gentleman that testified, Pavo, is that his name?
Paveo, sir.
Paveo. And he did the laptops that were found in the office, in the home, right?
Correct. He has those certifications.
Okay. Now, the district attorney had asked you some questions about different searches that you had done on Celebrate and on Axiom. All your searches dealt with Lindsay's cell phone, right?
To clarify, sir, I did no searches on Axiom.
Okay. You did searches on Celebrate.
It's the only forensic tool I use, correct?
All right. And basically, I'm just trying to get a handle on that you and your other brother or sister officers would examine, for example, the computers that were found in Patrick's office in the house, right? You didn't, but the other people did, right?
That's correct.
And then you got the computer, strike that, you got the cell phone that was Lindsay's cell phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you then did, what's called an advanced logical of Lindsay's phone, is that right?
That's correct.
And what is an advanced logical? What does that mean?
It's an extraction that utilizes the iTunes backup of an iOS device, and it acquires most of the user-facing content, meaning calls, texts, images, browser history.
So you lost me on user-facing. What does that mean?
What the user sees when they're using the phone.
Okay, so like if you pick up a phone and you open it up, then you're interfacing with the phone and you're looking at different things, such as photographs, emails, texts, things like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to Trooper, now Sergeant Paveo, and yourself, there also was another trooper that you were working with, a guy by the name of Rabbit, like Roger Rabbit, right?
Yes, Joseph Rabbit was assigned to the unit at the time.
And he also conducted a search, but he did what's called a full file system extraction, right?
I don't recall.
Okay, what is a full file system extraction as opposed to advanced logical extraction?
A full file system extraction would acquire the databases and information that you cannot see as a user on a device.
I see. So your extraction was done on January 30th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Rabbit's extraction was done on January 27th, right?
I'm not aware of Trooper Rabbit's extraction.
Did you ever collaborate with him as investigator investigating Lindsay Clancy on this case and talk about what you located or what he located?
I had no discussion with him about the phone extraction.
All right. Is he still working for the state police?
He is.
Would you agree with me that the full file extraction actually gets more information than the advanced logical? In other words, Rabbit's extraction would have got more information than you got on your advanced logical.
That's correct.
So one of the things the district attorney had asked you about was in reference to Exhibit 237. And that would be the Celebrate report. Is that correct? Basically, the caption for the extraction on the Celebrate report.
This is a supplemental report that I completed from the physical analyzer software.
Okay. And would that be Celebrate?
Yes.
It says Celebrate. That's what I asked. Looking at Exhibit 237, the second page, that on the very top that I'm looking at here, can you tell me on the right, what is it depicting on the right?
It's
a little box. Yeah, I know that. See the little box? Well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to approach you. This here is the exhibit that the district attorney asked you to look at, 237, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it's a Celebrate report, right?
It's a supplemental report, yes.
And that would be the calendar search, right?
The calendar supplemental report, correct.
Okay. So that means that if Lindsay had appointments anywhere, it would have been, presumably, if she put it in the phone, in her calendar, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you looked at your investigation, directing your attention to the start time, what date are we talking about here?
The start time is August 14th, 2022, midnight. End time would be August 14th, 2022, 11:59 p.m.
Okay. So if you look down to the next one, it says, what date?
August 23rd, 2022, 10 a.m.
Okay. And did she make an entry on
did.
her computer on that date and time?
She did, sir.
And can you tell me what the entry was?
Subject is 10 a.m., Callan, Kingston, vaccine.
So Callan would be the son. She had it in her phone that he had an appointment to get a vaccine at 10 p.m.?
The time is 10 a.m.
10 a.m., okay. And the next one, what is the next one?
Would you like to know the subject, sir, or the date?
Yeah, sure. Just whatever the date is and then what the subject is.
Okay. The start time is August 23rd, 2022, 5 p.m. The subject of the entry is 9:45, Kingston, Dawson, ear check.
And that would be indicative of an appointment that she had at the pediatrician's office for Dawson's ear check at 9:45 in the morning. Is that correct?
Could be an inference, I'm not sure, but that's the entry.
Okay. Now, looking at Exhibit 235, you can tell me, what is this document?
I recognize it as a screen capture from an Axiom phone extraction.
All right. And you did indicate you were Axiom qualified, right?
I am not, sir. I'm familiar with the program as a result of my training with Great Key. Magna Forensics owns Great Key Technology, and in the training course for Great Key, process extraction is using Axiom, but I'm not certified in the software of Axiom.
But you can interpret it. You understand what that shows you. It's just a listing of different activities on the phone, right?
I'm aware of what the screenshot depicts, yes.
All right. Can you tell me what, see the highlighted one, can you tell us what that is, the date, the time, and what it's referencing? Do you need a magnifying glass?
References a website, sir.
And what's the website?
Mail.google.com.
That mail, like M-A-I-L, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does it indicate whose mail it is? Does it show it on the right-hand side of the box?
I can't definitively determine whose mailbox it is.
Okay.
Trooper, I'm going to ask you, make sure you keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
The next page. It's pretty much the same thing in the same day. Can you tell us on that page who signed in under what email?
The artifact is indicating that there is a title with an email.
What's the name? Sorry.
PATRICKW.CLANCY@gmail.com.
So that's fair to say that that would be patrickclancy@gmail.com. That's his email that's signed in on Lindsay's Facebook.
I can't confirm that.
Okay. And when you were going through her phone, is it fair to say that, I mean, there wasn't much in her life that wasn't exposed to the state police and the DA's office and the investigators? I mean, your report initially was 180,000 pages of PDF, right?
It was a very large download, sir.
Does 180,000 sound about right?
It does.
So 180,000 pages on a PDF, you do a number of extractions, and then you get into the one that you were testifying about. The district attorney indicated, or you stated that it was 768 pages of text messages that she had, along with photographs perhaps?
That was a timeline search. The number of items in that report are indicative only of the time frame in which I was utilizing within the software.
Okay. So when you went through her phone, did you come across on a Celebrate report searching for where is the carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across, might be easier this way. This is a Celebrate report on Lindsay's phone, right? Now, I understand that you might not have been standing next to another cop going through the records and documents on her phone, but on this, you're able to recognize that as being the Celebrate report, right?
It is a Celebrate report, sir.
And it's a Celebrate report for her phone. You can tell by the numbers, right? Maybe this would help a little bit. See this here where it talks about source file and it's got a number, quadruple 08110-0009225E and all the rest of them. That would be her phone, right?
I don't have that number memorized.
Of course not, but it would be in your report?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Celebrate extraction report?
It would depend on the supplemental report that you have, sir, whether or not that character was displayed.
I don't know where to look at that. Because this is, we agree, is Lindsay's cell phone. Celebrate extraction report.
This item you have here, sir?
No, I'm sorry, the exhibit.
This is the calendar supplemental report, yes.
So Lindsay, so what's the number? You must have a number that would connect to her phone, like an address, like your home address, but in fact it would be a number, right?
It's a device identifier. It is not presented in this supplemental report.
Okay, where would the device identifier be presented?
It'd be presented in the front page of the initial extraction report.
And that's the 780,000, whatever it is, pages, right? You don't have that here. Certainly 180,000 pages. You don't have that here, right?
No, sir.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Sure. Mr. Barrow, no, for me. Did you bring your report today with you? Just the report, not all the exhibits?
No, sir.
So you would agree with me, sir, that one of the concerns as an investigator that you had is things such as looking for buzzwords like suicide, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
When you're looking on the target's phone, and out of this whole courtroom, the target would be Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you had access to her phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you all went into it with a search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were looking for different topics such as suicide, drugs, killing kids, I imagine, to investigate, right? You had buzzwords.
Yes, sir.
And did you come across, for example, a search that indicates carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across a search on Safari, how to slit your throat to die?
I don't recall.
Did you come across a search, can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
I don't recall.
Did you know that she had a Kia Sorento?
I did not.
If I approach you with this Celebrate report, sir, does that give you the numbers for what I just went through with these searches?
The universal device identifier is a match.
It is a match, okay.
Yes, between this document in my hand and the ones that you're holding.
So what's the first search on the first box?
The value associated with the source file is carotid artery.
And the next box?
How to slit your throat to die.
And the next box?
Can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
These all came from Lindsay's phone, right?
I can't confirm that.
Well, it's a pretty good inference, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Run right off of these.
If we could just
Sure.
see them at sidebar.
Thank you so much, Hopper, for the 10 jewels. Floating heart. Sorry, I've been a little busy the past 15, 20 minutes. Found out a Micah Miller doc is going to Netflix, and I saw 2 clips of my boots on the ground footage in the trailer already. And I mean, I did have some directors reaching out to me about a year ago asking to pay for some of my footage, and I refused to sell it. Just in the trailer, I've seen 2 clips of my shit already. I'm a little upset, so sorry. I'm a little busy in the background right now. Thank you so much for the 10 jewels. I guess there's a sidebar. Give me 1 second. I'm a little pissed off. Little pissed off. Little pissed off. Comes out August 26th. I'm going to be scanning the hell out of it. Yeah, little pissed off. I refuse to sell it. I'm not selling my boots on the ground footage. Oh, I'm pissed. Yeah. I had a feeling that was going to happen when I refused. I'm like, but yeah, you know what? they're going to have a lawsuit. They're going to have a lawsuit. Yeah, and so, and it's not even content. It's not even content from live streams. It's content that is uploaded. It's uploaded. Whoops. It's uploaded for. It's uploaded. Some of it's members only. I gotta go through. I gotta go through all my shit this weekend. I gotta go through all my stuff this weekend and get the exact timestamps, the exact file, you know, because I have all the raw data, the raw copies. So it's going to be very easy to prove that that's my shit. I'm so upset right now. So yeah, I got a lot of work to do this weekend that I didn't anticipate doing. That's just with the trailer. Just with the trailer. And I didn't even scan it that hard. I just literally just kind of quick went through it. There was some of my boots on the ground footage on my boat on the water in Lumber River State Park. And I saw another clip that I took of JP Miller walking outside of Solid Rock. And I haven't even like deeply scanned through it yet. I just saw those things and I'm like, you mother, and I'm like, oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, somebody, and who knows, maybe, you know, there's a lot of scandalous people involved who pretend to be all about Micah. There's a lot of scandalous people involved in that circle. And I wouldn't be surprised if somebody took it from my shit and claimed it was theirs and sold it to Netflix. I mean, who knows how deep this shit goes? Because I remember it was my first. It was either check this out, you guys. It was either my first or second boots on the ground trip to Lumber River State Park. I went out there like 12 times. It was like the first or second one that I was out there. It was, if anybody remembers, if you were with me back then, if you remember, it was when I found the cement bags out where Micah Miller died. So if you remember when I found the cement bags, right? Somebody literally took my video and was live streaming it on TikTok like they were doing the boots on the ground and that they were the ones that found the cement bags and they had it behind a paywall. So that's why I'm saying it could literally go as somebody else taking my shit, claiming it's theirs, and selling it to this company too. Not sure. All I know is that's my shit. All right, we're going to go back to this. Trust me, we're going to have a Twitch watch party where we're watching that shit, the Netflix episode. We're going to watch it on Twitch. We're going to do a Twitch watch party. We're going to watch it together. And I'll pull up my fucking footage and show what the hell's... Oh, I'm so upset. Oh, I'm so upset. All right, back to court. Sorry, everybody. I just had a little rant there. So...
Thank you. just if I can, thanks. And if I can, just for continuity, sir, looking at what has been marked as Exhibit R, S, and T for identification, not an exhibit yet, the jury would have, but nevertheless, we can question you about it. You do agree with me that the phone identifier numbers are listed here, and they're pretty much the same on these three exhibits, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be Lindsay Clancy's phone, right?
I can't confirm that. Yes, sir.
So I've just handed you Exhibit 237, sir. Can you tell me what that exhibit is? The district attorney questioned you about it.
It's a supplemental report that I compiled from the Celebrate software on the calendar application.
Do you have access to what was referred to as the mummy text messages?
Not with this document, sir.
So that document is the calendar that we had already gone through as far as seeing the doctor 9:45 to 10 o'clock appointments, right?
That's correct.
Sorry. It's the
Exhibit 238.
Exhibit 238, sir. If I may. On the exhibit, sir, this would be captioned the mummy text message thread between Lindsay and her mother. Is that fair to say?
For January of 2023, sir, yes.
Okay, so this search was limited by the police to January of 2023 for the texts between Lindsay and her mother, right?
Correct, sir. It's a filtered supplemental report from Celebrate.
Filtered supplemental report, okay. So who would be, when the jury's looking at these in the jury room, who would be the blue texter? Would it be Lindsay or her mother?
You could just look at the participant delivered status sent from Lindsay owner to mummy. So the green would be from the owner of the phone to the recipient, mommy.
Okay, so green would be Lindsay, blue would be the mother.
That's correct.
All right. Now let me give you Exhibit 238, and just a representative example. I mean, looking through, will you look at September 28th at 6:18 in the morning?
Sir, can you repeat that date?
Yeah, sure. September 28th. Oh, you didn't do, that's right, you didn't do September. You only did January, right?
Sir, this exhibit is just for January of 2023.
Okay, I apologize. Let's jump to January then. Now, let's say January 3rd, 8:35 in the morning. Do you have that?
One moment, sir.
Sure.
Yes, sir.
And what did Lindsay say to her mother on January 3rd at 8:35 in the morning?
At 59 seconds, sir?
Yeah.
I'm all right, period. Anxious about meeting with the whole psychiatry team.
How about the next message that she sent at January 3rd at 8:37 in the morning?
In 31 seconds?
Sure.
I'm just worried they won't send me home soon.
Now, do you know, as a police officer working on this case, what she meant, send me home? Do you know where she was on January 3rd?
It would be an inference only, sir.
That's all right. You can infer.
I believe she was in a medical facility.
McLean Hospital.
I recall that hospital being mentioned.
And then on January 8th, sir, at 10:44 in the morning, was there a text from her mother to Lindsay, if you know? 10:44. When the mother asked you, did you sleep good?
1 second, sir. It's cut off by the clip here. 10:44 and 30 seconds a.m.
Yeah.
From mommy to Lindsay. Great. That will be fun. Sleep good last night, question mark.
And did she respond? She meaning Lindsay?
She did.
What'd she say?
I actually did.
And this was on January 8th, sir?
That's correct.
January 10th, could you pull that up, please, at 9:48 in the morning?
I apologize, sir. Can you repeat the time on the 10th?
9:48 in the morning, beginning with mother asking questions of Lindsay. Still sleeping good, question mark.
I have a message at 9:48 and 15 seconds from mommy to Lindsay.
Okay, what is that?
Good morning. How are you doing today? Question mark.
And what did she say in response?
Good, period, at the gym with the kids.
And what was the date? Was that January 10th?
2023, 9:48, 21 seconds a.m.
So do you have January 10th in front of you, not the 23rd?
Okay. My correction, sir. January 10th, 2023 at 9:48 and 21 seconds.
All right. And what did the mother ask her?
Nice, still sleeping good.
Did she ask her, are you feeling better during the day? And she said, so far, a little bit.
Would you like me to read that, sir?
Yeah.
At January 10th, 2023, 9:53:01 seconds a.m. Are you feeling any better during the day? From mommy to Lindsay.
And go to January 12th, 11:09 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
What did she say? What did mommy say?
From mommy to Lindsay, January 12th, 2023, 11:09, 32 seconds a.m. Still feeling a little better, question mark.
And how did she respond? How did Lindsay respond?
A little bit.
And then on January 16th, well, wait a minute. January 14th at 1:05, I think, in the afternoon. Can you pull that one up?
Yes, sir. 1 moment.
Okay. You recall where it starts as, I'm waiting for the day. And that would be from Lindsay to her mother.
Can you repeat the time one more time, sir?
1:05?
AM or PM?
PM.
And this is on the 14th, sir?
Yes, sir. Yep. January 14th.
I have a message from Lindsay to mommy, January 14th, 2023, 1:05, 13 seconds PM.
Saying?
About the same, period, hanging in there and waiting for the day I wake up and feel me.
So she says, waiting for the day I wake up feeling like me, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then on the 16th of January, if you can pull that one up. January 16th at 10:20.
I have a message from Lindsay to mommy, January 16th, 2023, 10:20, 24 seconds AM.
And what did it say?
It was fun, period. Cora and Dawson enjoyed, period.
Now, did it make reference at any point in the text that that was a reference to the Cape Codder? Is that in there at all? Do you see it? It was fun, referring to what was fun, if you know.
Not in this particular message, sir.
Okay. And then continuing on, sir, January 18th, would you agree that she inquired of her mother, or the mother asked, are you starting a new med? She said, I did. I started it two nights ago. And that basically the mother was asking her about her medications and how she felt and how she was doing, right?
One moment, sir. I just have to get to that point.
You know what? That's okay because it's an exhibit and the jurors are going to have it and they can take a look at it. So that's okay. We're good on that.
Okay, don't answer the question.
No, you don't have to answer it. It's all right.
Okay, sir.
Now, on January 24th, District Attorney asked you about Google searches, Googling 3V restaurant, looking at the distance from the house to 3V restaurant, looking up menus. You recall answering her questions on that?
I do, sir.
And you're familiar also prior to that on the same day that she had taken the baby to a doctor and that Pat texted her and asked basically, you know, how did it work out? Do you recall that?
I recall the doctor's appointment. I don't recall the text.
Do you recall that Lindsay sent a picture of her and her children taken that afternoon?
I recall the snowman photo.
I'm sorry?
I recall the snowman photo.
Okay. And that was on the 24th of January, right?
It was, sir.
Do you recall that Pat texted back and said something like, "Oh, wow, you're a good mom"? Call that?
I don't recall the text.
One of the other searches that you did would be, are you aware that there were searches for medical, such as questions regarding bipolar symptoms, psychosis? Can you be in DKA without high blood sugar? Page after page after page, trazodone, what is the effect of trazodone? Wellbutrin, how do you feel on trazodone? Ativan addiction, Prozac, Trazone, going on and on and on. You guys saw this on her search on her phone, the Celebrate, right?
I recall those searches, sir.
Okay. Could I offer this, Your Honor? This would be medical searches on her phone.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 239.
Great, thank you.
Do you recall, sir, that there was also a search for schizophrenia? I'll say that.
Not specifically.
Well, if I approach you, sir, and your extraction report, does that refresh your memory that there would be a search on her phone for schizophrenia? So where it says schizophrenia?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was the date of that search?
January 19th, 2023, 9:58:01 seconds a.m.
Okay. Put that right here for a minute. How about psychosis? Did she search for psychosis as well?
If I may.
Of course.
There is a keyword search in psychosis in a Google search.
That would be a keyword search that you said in a Google search on January 20th?
January 20th, 2023, 8:39 and 0 seconds p.m.
Okay. Then is there also a search for Seroquel?
Seroquel is part of a search, yes.
And what was the rest of the search?
On Seroquel, feel like I can't have a conversation.
Okay. And then it goes on a number of other inquiries as well, correct? Dealing with Seroquel.
That's correct, sir.
And then further, do you recall that there were a number of pages where she Googled and was inquiring about suicide?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us when she was Googling suicide?
December 29th, 2022, 1:02:14 seconds p.m.
And would you agree that she also Googled on a number of occasions sleep?
Sleep is one keyword and part of a Google search, correct?
And then there's a number of pages that are attached to that dealing with the search for sleep, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And do you know the time frame that we're talking about from the Celebrate search?
Multiple entries, sir. Majority of them are in January of 2023.
Okay. Also, a much larger package of searches for trazodone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Trazodone is one keyword as part of multiple Google searches.
Zoloft.
Correct.
What's the time frame?
If I may just remove this, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Earliest entry is December 31st, 2022, 4:07:48 seconds p.m. Last entry, all on the same date, December 31st, 2022, 7:06:39 seconds p.m.
Okay. She also, on her phone, is a search for benzo withdrawals, right?
Yes, sir. Benzo is listed as a keyword as part of another search.
Also, after benzo, it says withdrawals, right?
Correct.
And what's the time frame for that, please?
January 20th, 2023, 8:11:57 seconds p.m.
Okay. And also a search for Wellbutrin.
Yes, sir. Wellbutrin is a keyword as part of a Google search.
Does it say what the time frame is?
It does.
What is it?
January 16th, 2023, 9:14:47 seconds a.m.
Okay. And a search for McLean.
Correct, sir. McLean is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 29th, 2022, 8:52:37 seconds a.m.
Is there also a search for insomnia?
Yes, sir. Insomnia is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 31st, 2022, 7:12:58 seconds p.m.
That's December 21st, did you say? 30.
December 31st, 2022, sir.
And is there a search for keyword ketamine? K-E-T-A-M-I-N-E.
Yes, sir. Ketamine is part of a Google search. It's a keyword within the Google search.
What's the time frame?
For this entry, January 20th, 2023, 8:39:0 seconds p.m.
There's also a search pulled up on Celebrate for Lamictal.
Yes, the word Lamictal was part of a Google search.
And what's the time frame?
January 16th, 2023, 9:23:13 seconds a.m.
Okay. Was there also a keyword search for postpartum and Google searches for postpartum depression and various aspects of postpartum?
Yes, sir.
And what's the time frame for us?
They all occur within January of 2023, with the earliest date being the 11th of January 2023 and proceeding all the way to the 19th of January 2023.
And keyword benzo. Right on the Celebrate report for Lindsay's cell phone.
It is, sir.
Can you tell us what the time frame is?
Sir, would you like it for the first entry or all the entries?
Give me the ideal, like, for, bracket, starting on when, ending on when. We don't have to go through all of them.
The earliest entry appears to be December 6th, 2022, 9:17:05 seconds a.m., with the last entry being January 20th, 2023, 8:13:48 seconds p.m.
And search for bipolar. That was on her phone.
Keyword bipolar is part of a Google search, correct?
Bracket drafted it in? What's the time that it started? When did it end?
The earliest entry is from this report is December 29th, 2022, 9 a.m., 37 seconds. And the last entry is January 13th, 2023, 1:38, 42 seconds p.m.
And clonazepam was a search as well, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And can you just give me an idea, what's the time frame on that?
All of the searches in this report indicate January 18th, 2023, in the morning hours from 11:26 a.m. to 11:27 a.m.
Okay. And the next one would be Ativan. You see what it says Ativan? What's the first? Just give me the first month. What's the stat? Search for Ativan.
The earliest time frame, sir? December 31st, 2022, 7:06, 30 seconds p.m.
Okay. Next one would be amitriptyline, correct?
I'm not sure on the pronunciation, but it appears to be that way.
Okay. When was the amitriptyline search? When did it start? When did it end?
January 16th, 2023, 11:01, 28 seconds a.m., with the last entry being January 23rd, 2023, 8:17, 58 seconds p.m.
And then on January 20th, 2023, was she searching intrusive?
That's correct.
Okay. And then finally, sir, on January 19th of 2023, was she searching hallucinations?
Yes, sir. 10:33, 49 seconds a.m.
Sir, I would offer these.
I could just look them over.
Sure, yeah.
You're welcome, sir.
That was a long testimony. I don't know if all that was needed. Just my personal opinion. What do you think? I'm not thinking so. What's going on here?
No objection.
Okay, those may be admitted. Do you want to admit it's individual?
Is one individual or all one? I don't care.
Why don't we do that? I hate to do this to you. Why don't we do it individually? Just might be easier down the road.
Okay.
240 through 260 so far.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I apologize. I neglected to ask about this Celebrate extraction report from Lindsay's phone.
Oh, I thought we were done.
Another extraction search on her phone.
Yes, sir. It's a supplemental report for searched items.
Okay. And looking at that, Ken, basically there are a number of search terms in there, such as pre-made goodie bags, and that would have been on December 31st. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what's the next one underneath that that would be on December 31st?
Child with bloated belly and lethargy.
How about the next one on December 31st?
Children's Motrin stores.
What about the next one on the 31st?
Children's Motrin.
Next one.
Is children's Tylenol the same as infants?
Next one.
6-month-old whale windows.
That would be WALE, whatever that means.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next one.
Earth's Best Organic Baby Food.
Next one.
Earth's Best Organic Infant.
Next one.
Earth's Best Organic Infant Formula.
Next one.
Nova Plymouth NOVA.
Next one.
Best Kids Movies.
Next one.
Nova Trampoline Lark.
Next one.
Unicorn Picture.
Next one, if you can.
Yes, sir. Unicorn Picture Free Coloring.
Just read them right down.
Yes, sir.
Just rip right through it.
Paw Patrol saves. I'll spell it. Paw Patrol saves the MEREKR. Twin Girls Bed. Cape Cod Resort. How much formula for 8 MINTH? Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese. Children's Motrin. Children's Motrin stores. ADC Temple Touch Thermometer.
Can I just interrupt you?
Yes,
what
sir.
do we have to for date right now?
The last item I read was ADC Temple Touch Thermometer, sir, and the date was January 17th, 2023, time 2:19:03 seconds p.m.
Okay. Just want to get a frame on the time. Okay,
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Finish that up.
8-month milestones. Fluffy slime recipe. Fluffy slime recipe. UTI symptoms children. Kids Miralax. Miralax for kids.
And what was the date on that?
The last date on the page for Miralax for kids, January 24th, 2023, 4:47:31 seconds p.m.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish these three more.
Yes, sir. CVS Pharmacy, Pedialax.
Thank you, sir. I'd offer this, Judge.
All right, that may be admitted. Yeah, 261. Yes.
And then finally, sir, approaching you with, I think it would be a report. You can recognize that document, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what is that? It doesn't have the header on the top. That's all.
It's a supplemental report, sir, and appears to be text messages.
Are you able to know when the photograph of the two kids and the snowman was sent to Pat by Lindsay? You know when? Is it the 24th? If you know.
I would have to look at the extraction.
So, understanding jury would be able to be looking at the photo and has a little history. If we look at this report, you see where it says Lindsay owner, and then over here, it says Cutie.
Yes, sir.
So is that from Pat to Lindsay?
That's correct.
And what's the date and the time?
January 24th, 2023, 8:19:45 seconds a.m.
Okay. And what's the next one that you see? And just say to us, like, it's Pat to Lindsay or Lindsay to Pat, and what is the message? You don't have to go through all the numbers.
Yes, sir. Next item, do you want me to read the date, sir?
Sure.
Next item, January 24th, 2023, 8:36, 17 seconds a.m. Lindsay DePat loved an image, which is a reflection that someone used the feature within iMessage to like an image.
Like an image, like a photograph, right?
Correct, sir.
Yep. What else?
Want me to keep going?
Sure.
January 24th, 2023, 8:42, 16 seconds a.m. From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going?
And you know what? If it's the same date, rather than taking the time, just go right down and read the messages. That would
Received, sir.
The time frame.
The date is the same for all the messages. From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going? Lindsay to Patrick, good. Lindsay to Patrick, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys, phew. Patrick to Lindsay, good, with a smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, no message content. Patrick to Lindsay, oh wow. Patrick to Lindsay, you're a good mama. Lindsay to Patrick, smiley face with hearts. Lindsay to Patrick, blank. Patrick to Lindsay, laughed at an image. Lindsay to Patrick, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V, period, period, period. I didn't cook anything, period, period, period. It's been a long day, smiley face. Patrick to Lindsay, yeah, smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, okie dokie, smiley face.
Okay. I'd offer that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, these text messages are already in evidence as Exhibit 23.
I'll allow that. Come on.
Finally, District Attorney spent some time asking you about modifications to a photograph, and I think it was of the little baby. You recall that line of questioning?
Yes, sir.
What did that mean? Does that mean that someone, or Lindsay or someone on her phone, changed the photograph of the little baby? Is that what that means?
It means that the photo was edited in some fashion.
So that could be like coloring?
It could be a variety of things.
Like what?
As I indicated in my earlier testimony, it could be that someone took a live photo, and instead of having it be a live photo, which is a multiple burst of images, they took it down to just a single photo.
Anything else that can be modified?
Multiple things, but from the extraction, it's the only thing I was able to determine.
So you weren't involved in the search of the Clancy house on the 24th, 25th, right?
No, sir.
Were you aware that there are photographs of the kids hanging in virtually every room, kitchen, living room, bedrooms? Did you know that as an investigator on this case?
Sir, I was not involved in the search.
You know that there were dozens of photograph albums with babies all over the house. Did you know that?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Thank you.
Call redirect.
All of the exhibits that defense counsel just put in about the searches for psychosis or certain drugs, are those all available in the disc Exhibit 236 in some of those reports where you can search the word and all of those mentions will come up?
Yes.
Sir, on Exhibit 250. Thank you. The search is about psychosis. Some of those searches were for psychosis symptoms on January 19, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the person using the phone, looking it up, was looking up to find out what the symptoms of someone would be experiencing if they had psychosis, correct?
It's a keyword search for psychosis symptoms.
You were asked some questions about the chats between Lindsay and her mother in Exhibit 238. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a text message from her mother to Lindsay on January 19th, 2023, which states, "I'll bring it Saturday. Never know what treasures I'll find in the attic," correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Seeming to indicate that her mother is going to visit her that Saturday, correct? From the text message content.
It's an inference.
There's also a text message from Lindsay's mother to Lindsay on January 22nd, which would have 2023, which would have been the Sunday after the Saturday visit, in which her mother says, "Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better."
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
It's granted.
Just very briefly, kind of like a housekeeping thing, if I could, Judge. I'm approaching you with text messages. Would you agree with me? Again, this came up on Lindsay's phone, and it would be text messages between Patrick Clancy and Lindsay.
Thank you all for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you're not.
Yes, sir.
And good morning or good afternoon, whichever it is for you. This is a long testimony.
That's correct, sir.
I don't know if it's all needed.
Finally, I'm handing you, again, extractions from Lindsay's phone that can flip
He
through,
said finally.
would be
He said
between
finally.
Lindsay and Sue Clancy, her mother-in-law, Patrick's mother. It said Sue Clancy.
That's correct, sir.
I'd offer these to you, Honor.
Objection.
If I can see counsel sidebar.
Oh, my Lord. Sidebar, 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 sidebar. I think baby Angel's getting tired. She keeps walking around looking at her bed, but then she keeps walking over here. Yep. Go lay down if you're tired. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Go lay down. You want to say hi? Can I pick you up? Come here. Here, let's see if we can. Come here. Oh, yeah, you go let me. Yeah, say hi, baby. Say hi. Say hi. Okay, she wants to. She wants out. You know, you used to be all hanging out on my hoodie hood and when you were a little baby. When you were a little baby. She don't want to be in this show anymore. She just wants to like type on the keyboard and mess with the chords. You don't want to be in the show. You just want to be part of the show, huh? Part of the show breaking down. I don't know. She deleted some stuff off my StreamYard. I don't know how she did it. But I had my StreamYard up this morning, getting ready for the show. And, oh, whoops. Hold on. We'll leave that there. Yeah, I had my StreamYard up and ready, getting ready for the show. And I walked out of the room for like, I don't know, just a minute and a half, maybe 2 minutes. And next thing you know, I heard this big boom. And I'm like, what the heck was that? And then I come out and all the stuff on my desk was all over the floor. And I saw a whole bunch of like weird boxes on my computer screen of whatever she clicked on and opened. I don't know. So then I was like, okay. So I picked everything up. I put it back together because some of it came apart. And I put it back together. And then I got on my StreamYard to start the show. And then all of a sudden I noticed that there was a whole bunch of stuff that was missing on my StreamYard. And I'm like, what the heck? So I had to try and quick add all that stuff back and try and get everything ready. And I still don't know whatever. I still have to fix my StreamYard after the stream today. So yeah. Baby, come here. Come say hi again. Come say hi again. Come here. Come say hi. She's tired. Go lay down if you're tired. Go lay down if you're tired. She's walking back real slowly. Don't look at her. Oh, be stealing your hair ties. I love, like the little, like when you get jugs of water and you tear off that plastic ring, it's got that little lip that you start to pull on, and it's that plastic ring. She loves them things. You get her like a crazy all fluffy toy and stuff that makes noise, and she's just like, whatever. You get a plastic grocery bag or a piece of string or like the little plastic strip off a water jug, or even a cap to a water bottle. Man, she'll have the most fun with those things, and it's like, damn. Yep, she's going to bed now. Yep, she's going to bed. Well, at least she said hi. It's been a while since she said hi. But yeah, they're probably going to go to break here soon. They did say that they were going to have an early day today, I think. But by the way, tomorrow, if you want the horizontal link, here's the horizontal link. Tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central, we're going to be doing a Patrick Clancy full testimony re-air breakdown. After hearing some more testimony, there's the horizontal link. I'll drop the vertical link here in a second. After hearing that testimony, even more today, I'm just like, man, it's a good thing we're going through this again, because we need.
That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
We need to talk.
Sprague, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
I'll be taking some live calls too. I want to hear what you guys have to say about the husband. Keep disappearing under suspicion.
All right. So members of the jury, it's 1 o'clock, so 1:01.
Yep, they're
so
going
don't
on
hold
break.
that against me. So we're going to take the afternoon recess at this point. I'm going to ask you to be ready to come back 2 o'clock in the next witness. My instructions are the same. During the break, don't talk about this case.
Don't talk about it.
Don't read anything. Don't listen to anything. And then
Don't be about it.
see you
Don't
back
talk
here
about
by
it.
2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Court, all rise.
Don't do none of that.
Kindly close your notebooks. Please move your chairs, please. This way, please.
Don't do it. And I got a special video lined up for this lunch hour break. I wanted to get to it yesterday, but we didn't have enough time, and we will have enough time as long as I can get to it right away when they take this break. We'll see what happens here.
Before we break, Judge, I apologize. When I introduced the records from social health, actually I put in the cover page and the lower page that does not reference the actual medical record that I had. So the limited connection with the substance status. It's the appointment.
Right. So, I'm sorry, I just missed the part where you said it's different than what you submitted.
Yeah, what I submitted is just like a cover letter and some other things. I thought I submitted medical record.
Oh, no objection.
So you want to substitute those?
Yeah, sure.
Is it from this new batch?
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll be in recess till about 2 o'clock.
Court, all rise.
Yesterday.
All right. It was yesterday. All right, so we're let me see. Everybody that has cats can relate, huh? Yeah, she's going to bed. I think she's getting crappy at me because she's like, "You're being too loud, Dad." All right. Well, we're going to take a break. We're going to sit back. We're going to check out the disturbing details in the last couple days that have came out in the Lindsay Clancy trial. Again, tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central, we're going to be breaking down the full testimony, and we're going to be taking live calls. I want to hear what you guys have to say. You know, I kind of laughed at the theory of I don't think he was involved. I'm just going to say I got a lot of questions on his lack of involvement. You know what I mean? So I want to hear what you guys have to say too. We're going to be doing that tomorrow in place of the live trial. So they're not doing trial tomorrow. So 9 a.m. Eastern tomorrow in place of when the trial would be taking place. We're going to be hanging out here going through that whole testimony and listening to it again with some fresh ears, and might do the opening statements. I plan on doing the opening statements. Maybe we'll start off with the opening statements, listen to that again. We'll see if we can fit that in. All right, we're going to check this out. This is News Nation, the new disturbing details last couple of days. Thank you for being here.
Do not adjust your televisions. Do not adjust your clocks, friends. Welcome to the program. Hey. 2 hours of On Balance. No, I am not Chris Cuomo. Chris is on vacation. It is election night in America, and I am here with you. The results tonight are going to prove one thing above all. It doesn't have anything to do with socialism.
Oh. I thought we were, hold on. I thought we were talking about Lindsay Clancy here. Okay, what is this? Midterm? Okay, hold on a minute.
Welcome back. Day 11 of the Lindsay Clancy murder trial. Objectively, one of the saddest, most horrific things we have ever covered.
All right, never mind. It was just a bunch of clickbait because that talks about it for about 1 minute and 2 seconds. So never mind. We're going to go to some other clips. These are clips from the hearing the last couple days, and one even from today about the chilling note. But here's some clips of the latest highlights. I'm glad that I am over-prepared for stuff. All right, we're going to check this out instead. Here we go.
Parent my third child like my first. I want to treat anyone. I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first, but I know that's not a feasible possibility. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as connected with Cal now. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. And I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all my kids. I'm also probably having a bit of an internal conflict because my whole life I wanted to have a lot of kids. I still don't want Cal to be our last, but I have a lot of figuring out to do before I have another. I'm on the fence about starting a new medication for anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids. And then when they go to bed at night, I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired. I want to be able to give him all the love he deserves. I guess that's what it's like to be the third child, though. He's not the first third child to ever exist. I think I know he'll be okay, but it's really hard for me. I hate that he has to put himself to sleep. I'm sad I'm not breastfeeding anymore, but I think deep down, these are the right choices. As for the sleep training, I needed a baby that slept through the night because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't. When Cal naps, I have to take care of Cora and Dawson. That's just how it is. It feels cruel to me that we did not do that to Cal, but the reality is we did what we had to do. I guess I also feel slightly traumatized by the sleep training, but that feeling was only really present when I was severely sleep deprived and paranoid. I know what we did was the right thing and okay. As for the breastfeeding, it kind of goes hand in hand with the sleep training. Once he started sleeping most of the night, it was then a daily struggle to keep up my milk supply. I was having to take a ton of supplements and constantly think about eating and drinking enough to keep the supply up. And then I was having to think about pumping extra to keep it up. And that was really hard to do with Cora and Dawson around. When I tried to leave Cal to go out with Cora and Dawson, I was stressed about the pumping, and not to mention the fact that Cal was at home and not taking a bottle. So it was a battle of if I should pump or not. I know I did the right thing because I need to be able to leave Cal with someone and get fed. As much as I don't want to leave him, I need to be able to. I need to be able to be present with my other kids. I still really, really want a fourth child, but I need a really good therapist before then. I'm on the fence about starting a new med or not. I want to feel happy, but it would be nice to feel authentically happy and not fake. But I need to feel happier than I did last evening because then I was pretty depressed and not enjoying any of my children. It was really sad. I needed the breastfeeding off of my plate. I'm struggling so hard because I wanted to parent each of my kids like my first, and since I can't, that's depressing to me. This is definitely the root cause of all our problems. Now I feel like I'm not parenting any of my kids the way I want to, and that makes me sad too. But I'm going to try my best today. Things I love doing that help me love and appreciate and enjoy my kids are activities with them. I definitely started having some depression after Cora, but once I started getting up and out with her, I felt much better. I think signing Cal up for baby music class would be a great thing. Maybe Fridays can be my day with him. I've just fallen out of the habit of doing anything fun, anything for myself, anything with Pat, and I need to work on that. On a positive note, I had a great deep night of sleep. I'm terrified of something happening to my kids or doing something wrong to mess up their development. Our generation is inundated with information about every aspect of parenting and everything that go wrong if you don't get it right, and all the scary things happening in the world. It's insane. For the last 5 years, I've just filled my mind with all things parenting, and it's just unhealthy.
Thank you. We can go to the next one, please. Now, this area here, the separate report, is this the notes that were found on Ms. Clancy's phone?
That's correct.
And if we could zoom in on that, please. And it's basically detailed in journal form, correct?
Yes.
Starting October 24th, 2022, and moving down, correct?
The summary portion that you just pointed to is automatically generated by the application when it reads the first few lines of text. The more relevant date is in the column to the left.
So over here, where it says created, October 25th, 2022, that's when the note is first created?
That is the date that's detected by the analysis tool from the operating system of the device.
What does modified mean?
That's the date that was detected by the forensic tool and the last time that this note was modified according to the operating system.
Modified being it was changed in some way?
Yes.
And so if I start a note in my phone on October 25th and I go in there every day and change it, and the last time I change it is November 3rd, will it show every modification or just the last modification?
The only date timestamp that will show is the last modification, unless the forensic tool is able to categorize each time the note was changed. I'm only able to detect the modified timestamp or last modified timestamp and just the entirety of the note.
And excuse me, you don't know how many times this note was modified, correct?
Based on this forensic tool and this artifact, no.
Can you tell what within the note was changed?
I cannot.
So everything could have been the same and maybe a date changed, or there could have just been a date and everything was changed on November 3rd. You just don't know.
There could just been one character change on the last modified date, but with this forensic tool and this artifact.
What's the date?
November 3rd.
Thank you.
And if we could just scroll down to the October 25th entry. And I would just like you to read this portion of the note. I would read it, I'm sorry, but I'm having some difficulty.
Okay. I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first, but I know that's not a feasible possibility. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as connected with Cal now. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. And I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all my kids. I'm also probably having a bit of an internal conflict because my whole life I wanted to have a lot of kids. I still don't want Cal to be our last, but I have a lot of figuring out to do before I have another. I'm on the fence about starting a new medication for anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids. And then when they go to bed at night, I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired. I want to be able to give him all the love he deserves. I guess that's what it's like to be the third child, though. He's not the first third child to ever exist. I think I know he'll be okay, but it's really hard for me. I hate that he has to put himself to sleep. I'm sad I'm not breastfeeding anymore, but I think deep down, these are the right choices.
If you could continue.
As for the sleep training, I needed a baby that slept through the night because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't. When Cal naps, I have to take care of Cora and Dawson. That's just how it is. It feels cruel to me that we did not do that to Cal, but the reality is we did what we had to do. I guess I also feel slightly traumatized by the sleep training, but that feeling was only really present when I was severely sleep deprived and paranoid. I know what we did was the right thing and okay. As for the breastfeeding, it kind of goes hand in hand with the sleep training. Once he started sleeping most of the night, it was then a daily struggle to keep up my milk supply. I was having to take a ton of supplements and constantly think about eating and drinking enough to keep the supply up. And then I was having to think about pumping extra to keep it up. And that was really hard to do with Cora and Dawson around. When I tried to leave Cal to go out with Cora and Dawson, I was stressed about the pumping, and not to mention the fact that Cal was at home and not taking a bottle. So it was a battle of if I should pump or not. I know I did the right thing because I need to be able to leave Cal with someone and get fed. As much as I don't want to leave him, I need to be able to. I need to be able to be present with my other kids. I still really, really want a fourth child, but I need a really good therapist before then. I'm on the fence about starting a new med or not. I want to feel happy, but it would be nice to feel authentically happy and not fake. But I need to feel happier than I did last evening because then I was pretty depressed and not enjoying any of my children. It was really sad. I needed the breastfeeding off of my plate. I'm struggling so hard because I wanted to parent each of my kids like my first, and since I can't, that's depressing to me. This is definitely the root cause of all our problems. Now I feel like I'm not parenting any of my kids the way I want to, and that makes me sad too. But I'm going to try my best today. Things I love doing that help me love and appreciate and enjoy my kids are activities with them. I definitely started having some depression after Cora, but once I started getting up and out with her, I felt much better. I think signing Cal up for baby music class would be a great thing. Maybe Fridays can be my day with him. I've just fallen out of the habit of doing anything fun, anything for myself, anything with Pat, and I need to work on that. On a positive note, I had a great deep night of sleep. I'm terrified of something happening to my kids or doing something wrong to mess up their development. Our generation is inundated with information about every aspect of parenting and everything that go wrong if you don't get it right, and all the scary things happening in the world. It's insane. For the last 5 years, I've just filled my mind with all things parenting, and it's just unhealthy.
Thank you. And so everything that you just read would have been written and filled in by the user, correct?
Correct.
If we could go to the next one. This is another note, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this note, it says it was created December 22nd, 2022. But then it was modified on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And this note here, again, we don't know how many times it was modified. You just know the last date it was modified, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know what was changed in the note. You just know that something was.
Correct.
If we could go to the next one. have an opportunity to examine the extraction of a Surface Pro that was seized from 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on or about September 16th, 2025?
I did.
And to be clear, the Surface Pro was seized from 47 Duxbury Street in 2023. It was in 2025 that you examined the extraction, correct?
That is correct. I was provided those files.
And what is an extraction?
So these are actually, it's a computer image. Extractions usually typically referred to as cell phones. So this is a computer image. So this was an actual EO1 file, which is an in-case forensic file. So what it does is it copies out the bit for bit data on the particular drive that you targeted at. And then the in-case file sort of compresses the forensic image. It also adds some metadata to it. You can type in like case files. It keeps some integrity to it.
So is it basically you take a computer or a cell phone and you make an exact copy of the data that's on that cell phone or computer?
Yes. Computers, yes. Cell phones, no.
But you were working on a computer or Surface Pro?
Correct.
And so the extraction for the Surface Pro would be a copy of the data that was on the Surface Pro?
Yes. So the image in this case is a bit for bit copy of that drive.
And when you do the extraction or when you view the extraction, are you changing any of the data?
No, that's why we use these types of images so we don't touch the actual data on that computer.
Did your initial review of the extraction show a visit to a website entitled Suicide Methods on August 23rd, 2022?
It did.
Were you recently asked to look at that visit to that site to get a better understanding of how that website was accessed?
That's correct.
And how did you approach that?
I set a parameter. I went to that artifact that I had previously tagged when I did the initial analysis.
Let me stop you there. Sorry. What's an artifact and what is a tagging?
So an artifact is every single piece of data on that computer is an artifact. So a computer could have 500,000 artifacts, let's say. That's a low end, but as an example. So tagging would be something you would flag that one particular evidence, that one particular artifact as evidence.
So in this case, the artifact was the visit to the website, is that correct?
Correct.
And then the tagging was just so that you could find it when you went back into the extraction looking for it. And so if you could continue telling us about how you approached that.
So I set a parameter of 12 hours before the visit and then 12 hours after the visit and looked at the correlating other digital artifacts related to that.
And can you tell us what's a Chrome history database?
So that's a database essentially, this is a very slimmed down version of what this is. So if you think of an Excel sheet and each Excel page is a section of the database. So the database would be the whole thing. And there's a scheme or like a roadmap, let's say, of how these pages interlink with each other. That would be an entire database. Everything pretty much has databases. It's just easy for file expansion and disk saving space and things of that nature.
And what about Chrome Web History Table?
So a table would essentially be the Excel sheet that I explained before. It's a portion of the entire database. That particular one captures, without being a database engineer for Google, who created it, but that table tracks URLs, web page titles, dates and times.
So is it basically a table that you get from the extraction that shows which websites that computer has visited?
Correct. Each table has its own functions on different data it tracks, and then eventually it puts it all together.
And what about a Chrome Web Visits table?
So the visits table tracks things of were the web pages synced to the device, were they local to the device, are they they typed? Was it generated? Was it gone there through a hyperlink?
So basically, is it a table telling how each website was accessed, whether someone typed in a search for it or clicked a link?
Correct.
And you mentioned a couple different ways: typed, linked, generated. So typed would just be someone typing in the search bar something to search?
Yeah, so typed could be a few different things. So typed would be somebody typed in an exact phrase or word. It also could flag the typed version, a typed flag if you copied and pasted something into the URL address bar.
So if you're looking at a recipe for, say, cookies, and you copied cookies and pasted it into the search bar, would that be considered a typed event?
Yes, correct.
Or if you just typed cookies, that would be a typed event.
Or cookies, or if you typed in, say you put CO for cookies, and then Chrome tried to auto-populate what they think you want to type, that would also create a typed event as well.
And then you mentioned linked. What is a linked access?
Link would be that you clicked on a hyperlink, which brought you to a different page.
And what is a hyperlink?
That would be it's a word phrasing, and then behind the word phrasing, there is a website coded behind that.
Is that like when you go on a website and there are certain words that are underlined that you can click on and it will take you to another page?
Yes, correct.
Okay. What about generated?
Generated is something that Google would suggest, Chrome would suggest.
Now, what is the Wayback Machine?
The Wayback Machine is a website that is I don't say monitored. It's created and maintained by the Internet Archive as a company. It's a 501(c) nonprofit. And what that does is it goes out on the internet. It takes snapshots of the internet, web pages all over the entire internet, and then archives that. So you can go back in later. It started like in the mid 90s or so, but you can go back to pick a date, pick a year, and you can see what that website looked like at that time, or approximately. It doesn't copy minute for minute, day for day, but you'll get something around the time that you were looking for of what a particular page looked like at that date and time you want to see.
So with regard to this case and looking into how that site, Suicide Methods, was accessed, what did you learn? Or what did you see?
When I went back?
Yeah, so go ahead. So
I saw, the first thing I saw was a Facebook visit at 9:40 that morning.
9:40 a.m. on August 23rd, 2022?
Correct.
And what was the Facebook?
The link was lynn.say. I believe it was 968.
So Lindsay with a dot in between the D and the S, 969?
969, correct.
And after the visit to the Lindsay.969 Facebook page, what happened next?
There was a search in Spotify music for the singer Tom Hall.
What time was that at?
It was shortly after.
Is your memory exhausted?
Yes.
Do you have your report with
I do.
you? With permission?
That was at 9:42.
So approximately 2 minutes after the Facebook account was accessed?
Correct.
And that website, was that a Wikipedia page?
No, that was Spotify.
Oh, I'm sorry,
music.
Spotify music. And then what did you see next?
There was a song off of that search in Spotify.
Was that That's How I Got to Memphis song?
Yes.
And was that at 9:44 and 18 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
Then what happened next?
There was a Google search for Tom Hall.
And was that at 9:44 and 30 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
And what did you learn from that Google search?
Off of that Google search, there was the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited.
And were you able to use the Wayback website to see what that Tom Hall page on Wikipedia looked like around the time of August 23rd, 2022?
I did.
Is this a copy of that Wikipedia page from the Wayback Machine?
Yes.
You can have this marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right.
I have no objection to any of the documents.
This is Tom T. Hall.
Tom Hall, yes.
All right, that may be. Thank you.
Could you see what happened next once the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited?
So I saw there was an anchor on the URL to the death section.
What does that mean, an anchor to the death section?
So an anchor would be put at the end of a URL, so a web address. So what an anchor does, it's a # followed by a section of that page. So if you think of it as, say you go on your banking website and it lists like a table of contents and it has login, mortgages, rates. If you click on, let's say, rates, it's going to jump all the way down to that page, just to that section. So it's a table of contents that's going to direct you directly to a certain section of the web page.
And so on the Wikipedia, someone clicked on death and it brought them down to that portion?
Correct.
And in the death section, could you tell what happened once the person was in that area of the web page?
Yes.
What happened there?
So in the description that described, the Wikipedia page described of Tom Hall's death, there was some wording regarding a shooting related to his ultimate suicide. Go ahead.
Showing you what's been marked as 232. This portion here under death where it's self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head is underlined. Is that the portion you're referring to?
Yes, correct.
And that portion there with the underlining, is that what you were describing earlier as a hyperlink that you can click and it takes you somewhere else?
Yeah, so inside that phrasing, there's actually a URL behind that with an anchor as well.
Now, something like that type of hyperlink, can you hover over that with the arrow that the mouse directs, hover over that and automatically be taken to that site? Or do you actually have to click on that link?
No, you would have to click on that phrase with the link behind it.
And so, based on your examination of the Surface Pro in that area, was the hyperlink clicked on?
Yes.
And where did the hyperlink bring the person?
We now got to the original artifact I had located, which was the Wikipedia suicide method, but it directed it directly to the shooting section of that page.
Could you tell how long the person spent on that page, the suicide methods page, or how long it was accessed?
No.
Could you tell what time it was accessed?
Yes.
What time was that?
I don't recall the specific time.
Want to look at your report?
At 9:45 a.m.
So 9:45 a.m. The suicide methods page was accessed. Is that correct? And did you use the Wayback Machine to see what it would look like on August 23rd, 2023?
I did.
Is this a copy of what you produced?
Yes.
We could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted. Thank you.
And what could you see happening when from that page?
I observed after that another Wikipedia page that went to the Grafton Bridge.
And was that from a hyperlink within the suicide methods page?
Yes.
Showing you page 8 of Exhibit 233. So within this jumping section is where there was the hyperlink to that bridge.
Correct.
Here,
Yes.
Grafton Bridge. So again, the person had to click on that hyperlink to access Grafton Bridge.
Yes, that would be correct.
Now, you said that the suicide methods page was accessed at 9:45 a.m. What time was the Grafton Bridge web page accessed?
That was shortly after that.
Do you want to look at your report?
At 9:48.
9:48?
Correct.
And so approximately 3 minutes after first accessing the suicide methods page, the hyperlink for the Grafton Bridge is clicked.
Correct.
Was there any other activity besides going to the suicide methods page and then the Grafton Bridge page? Any other activity that you saw within those 3 minutes?
I do not know.
And so did you do the Wayback Machine again for the Grafton Bridge?
I did.
This is a very accurate copy of that page.
Yes.
We can have this marked as Exhibit 234, please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 234.
You're not able to tell who's actually at the computer doing all of this, correct?
No.
You can only see what data there is and what's been accessed, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Reddington.
That's it? That's your testimony? That's why you're here today, to talk about a search that was involving Tom Hall, or Tim Hall?
Sustained, if you could.
So I apologize. Your testimony today is based on that search on August 23rd, right?
Correct.
Of 22, right? And you were working as a state police officer back then, right?
Yes, sir.
And were you attached to the Plymouth County DA's office, or were you working somewhere else?
I was assigned to the cybercrime unit.
And the cybercrime unit works with the DA's office in Plymouth?
The cybercrime unit's its own independent statewide unit.
So in the sense that you're independent, it's still the district attorney and his assistant DAs that would reach out to the cybercrime unit and ask for help, right?
Or it could be the troopers assigned to the state police detective unit.
Joshua McGillen. He was the lead investigator on this case, right?
I assume so.
Okay. So you were tasked to analyze the computer, the Surface Pro computer, right?
Yes, correct.
And by all accounts, that was owned by Pat Clancy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was located in his office, right?
I don't know where it was located.
Okay. It's fair to say that when you analyzed the computer back in September, October of 2025, it was an investigatory role that you were using to locate potential evidence, right?
Correct.
And what is it you were looking for?
I was provided a search warrant with search terms, and that's as far as I knew of the case.
Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Dr. Barbara Olson, BARBARAOLSON. I previously practiced under my maiden name, Barbara Vidal, VIDAL.
Can you describe for us your educational background, please?
I completed my undergraduate studies at the University of New Mexico. I also completed 4 years of medical school at the University of New Mexico School of Medicine. Afterwards, I came to Boston to study the field of pathology at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. I completed a 4-year residency program there, studying both anatomical pathology and clinical pathology. And after my residency, I did a surgical pathology fellowship studying the gastrointestinal tract, liver, and pancreas. And I ended my training doing a fellowship of forensic pathology at the Boston office of the Chief Medical Examiner. I am board certified in anatomical pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology.
And what is forensic pathology?
It is essentially the study of causes that are diseases, disorders, or trauma that results in sudden, unexpected, or non-natural deaths.
And do you currently work at the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Yes, I'm a medical examiner at the Cape Cod office of the Chief Medical Examiner.
How long have you worked there?
Since 2021.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
I have examined over 1,900 bodies and performed over 800 autopsies.
And when performing an autopsy, is there a specific process or procedure that you follow?
Yes. So an autopsy is composed of many parts. The first part being documentation review, and the second part being the examination of the body, which is broken up into 2 parts. The first part being the external examination, where I look for identifying characteristics of a decedent, such as eye color or hair color. I also look for any evidence of natural disease or trauma on the outside of the body. And the second part is the internal examination, where I create a Y-like incision on the chest and abdomen and examine the soft tissues, bones, and organs, looking for any evidence of natural disease and trauma. I also examine the brain.
And did you perform an autopsy on Cora Clancy on January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you follow that same process with Cora Clancy?
Yes.
And so that started with a document review, is that correct?
Yes.
And what type of documents are you reviewing when you do that?
Typically, I have a preliminary police report to review, as well as either EMS records or records from the emergency department.
And did you start with an external examination of Cora?
Yes.
And what did you observe during that external examination?
The external examination of Cora, I saw evidence of medical intervention. She was intubated, had various EKG pads and defibrillator pads on her body. She also had a catheter on her right hand and puncture sites on her left hand and her left groin. She had her neck stabilized with a cervical collar, and she had an intraosseous catheter, which is a type of IV that they put directly into the bone on her right lower leg. Her hands at the time of my external examination were covered by police evidence bags, and they were secured at the wrist with tape. When I removed those, the fingers showed no evidence of injury, and the fingernails were all of equal length and intact. And then I noted evidence of trauma of the neck with associated injuries of her head and minor injuries of her right arm and of her legs as well.
And in terms of the injuries that you observed, evidence of trauma to her neck, were there also injuries to her face and neck area that seemed to go along with the trauma to her neck?
Yes, there were findings of the head that were associated with the trauma of the neck.
And what were those?
So on her neck, she had a ligature furrow. A ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck or compress the neck. And a furrow is simply the pattern of injury that develops underneath the site of compression. So for Cora, her ligature furrow consisted of a linear, horizontally oriented area of pallor or paleness around her neck with distinct superior and inferior edges. On the front part of her neck, the lower half of the ligature furrow was associated with additional red abrasions ranging from 1 to 2 millimeters in size. And on the back of her neck, the superior and inferior edges of the ligature furrow had developed some linear bruising as well. And
what do you mean by a furrow?
So again, the furrow a ligature is when you have external compression by an object on the neck, and a furrow is simply a pattern of injury that occurs beneath it. It can be an imprint, it could be a pattern, or it could be more developed types of injuries such as bruising or abrasions.
And what about injuries?
All right, Counsel, we're going to take a break this time, all right?
All right. Sure, close your notebooks. Place them on the chairs, please. This way, please.
Recess for a few minutes. I'm going to come back. We'll speak to counsel in regards to schedule. Okay. Thank you. All set.
Yes, I am still under oath.
All right. Sure. Court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and the 18 jurors.
All right. Attorney Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. You had described previously the injuries to Cora's neck. Were there also injuries on her face that correlated to those marks?
Yes. On examination of her face, she showed diffuse petechial hemorrhages of the skin of the face, most prominently around the skin of the eyes. She showed petechial hemorrhages on the inside of her eyelids as well as the inside of her lips.
And if I could have photo 2246, please. Doctor, there's a remote here. If you press and hold the top button, you can highlight what you're talking about in the photo when it comes up. What are we seeing here? Is that the area of the petechial hemorrhage?
Yes, in this photo, I have the lower lip pulled down, and on the inside of the lower lip, we can see punctate hemorrhages, which are the petechial hemorrhages.
Okay, and if you could, is that working for you? I can need to see that. There we go. Okay. This area here?
Yes.
Okay. You just hold that top button and hold it down. And so we can remove that photo. When you talked about petechial hemorrhage in the eyes and eyelids, did it look similar to that?
Yes.
And basically it's those red marks all around the mouth, and then those same red marks were on the eyes.
Yes.
Eyelids, you tell me where they were.
So they are pinpoint hemorrhages that occur. And again, they were located on the inside of the eyelids. So I inverted the eyelids and I flipped open the inside of the lips, and they were also in those locations.
And if we could have photo of 7784, please. If you could tell us what injuries we're seeing here in this photo.
In this photo, we are looking at the body from the left, and you can see the ligature furrow in this photo. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior edge. You can also appreciate in this photo some small punctate hemorrhages or the petechial hemorrhages of the face.
Okay. And if you could show photo 7782, please. What are we seeing here in terms of injuries?
In this photo, we are looking at the front of the neck, again, focused on the ligature furrow, which is this distinct area, linear area of pallor. And on the front of her neck, the lower half of this ligature furrow had scattered red abrasions associated with it.
Take down the photo. What are abrasions in terms of what you do?
So abrasion occurs when there is sufficient friction against the skin to cause a removal of the superficial layer of the skin.
Is it basically a scrape?
Yes.
And can we have photo 2256, please? You can tell us what we're looking at here, please.
This is a close-up photo of the back of the neck. Here is the linear area of pallor with the distinct superior and inferior linear edges. You can appreciate that the linear edges in this photo started to develop linear bruising.
And were there other injuries on the body other than those on the neck and the face?
Yes, she had injuries to her right arm and on her legs.
And if I could show you photograph 7789. Are you able to tell us what we're looking at here?
This is an up-close photo where we can see a very small, faint bruise. All of the bruises on her legs as well as her right arm consisted of small scattered bruises.
And if we could have photo 7770. What are we seeing here?
This is an image focused on her right leg. Here we see 3 bruises on her knee and 2 bruises on her left lower leg. This is a site of medical intervention, the intraosseous catheter site where the needle enters the bone.
And if we could see 7790, please. What are we seeing here?
This is a close-up photo of her left leg. Again, we can see a bruise here as well as a bruise here on her left lower leg.
And then the last photo, 2233. I'm sorry, one more after that. What are we seeing here in this photograph?
In this photo, we can see the bruises I described earlier, as well as the inside of her left ankle. We're seeing 2 additional bruises.
And if we could see photograph 7794. What is shown in this photo?
This is an image of her left leg, again, showing the 2 bruises close to her left ankle and then additional bruises on her left lower leg.
And then 7775, please. What are we seeing in this photo?
This is an image of her right arm extended, and I have the image focused on her right bicep where there was 3 small bruises.
And in terms of bruising, are you able to tell the age of a bruise by looking at it?
No.
Can you tell whether it's a fresh or an old bruise?
So generally speaking, we can appreciate the color of bruises. So red, blue, purple bruises tend to be bruises that occur more recently. And as they heal over time, they start to take on a yellow or green appearance.
And the bruises that you observed on Cora's body, how did they appear?
They all had versions of red appearance to their shapes.
So because they had red appearance, does that mean that they are fresh wounds?
They occurred recently.
And again, you can't tell how they occurred or what the exact time and date they occurred.
Correct.
Is there any information you can glean from the location of the wounds where some of the bruises were close together, like the 3 on the knee or the 2 on the lower right leg?
No, I can only document where they are and their measurements.
Now, if I may have a moment.
Sure.
going back to the injuries on her neck, what do those tell you based on your training and experience, when you're trying to determine the cause of death? What do those wounds tell you?
When I see a ligature furrow that is horizontally oriented in association with significant petechial hemorrhages, those findings are consistent with a ligature strangulation.
And what is ligature strangulation?
Again, a ligature is an object used to apply external force to the neck, and a strangulation is when it is done by someone else.
And when that happens, what effect does it have on the body? How does it? What is the mechanism of death?
Ligature strangulation results in a category of asphyxial type of deaths. Asphyxia means that the body is deprived of oxygen, and in this case, specifically the brain. So when you have compression on the outside of the neck, blood is how oxygen is delivered throughout our body. So the right side of the heart delivers blood to our lungs, where during breathing and respiration, we then put oxygen to our blood. It then moves to the right side of our heart and gets pushed out to our body through blood vessels we call arteries. Once the oxygen is released at its targeted site, it then recirculates to the right side of the heart through blood vessels called veins, and the process starts all over again. It's a continuous circulation. But when you have compression of the neck, first and foremost, your airways reduce, it's compressed. So you can have a reduction in your ability to breathe or complete inhibition in your ability to breathe. When you have compressions of the veins of the neck, the blood cannot drain from the head. And so then the blood actually has a backwards flow of pressure that meets the arterial blood. And that results in an increase of blood pressure within the blood vessels, as well as an overall increase in intracranial pressure. And with the compression of the artery, there's no oxygenated blood being delivered to the brain.
And as this blood is gathering in the face and head area, is that kind of causing the same type of pressure as a balloon filling up?
Yes, or like a water pipe as well.
And what happens as that blood pools and causes that pressure in the face and the head?
What normally happens is, first and foremost, the brain just has a reduced ability to take in oxygen. And in the smallest vessels in the face and brain, such as capillaries or venules, they are subject to rupture.
And as that pressure is building in those veins and are rupturing, is that painful?
Just like our blood vessels run throughout all of our body, there are nerves throughout all of our body as well. And so there is a component of pain present until loss of consciousness occurs.
And how long can it take, or does it take, for loss of consciousness to happen?
I cannot put a specific time on it for the interval. There's multiple variables to consider in a case-by-case basis. The type of ligature used, the force of the ligature used against the neck, as well as the intensity and duration of the altercation. However, in situations where there's complete oxygen deprivation, loss of consciousness can occur as early as 10 to 30 seconds, with brain damage beginning at the 1 minute mark and irreversible brain damage and subsequent death occurring around as early as 5 minutes, again, with the caveat that there are variables that might accelerate or decelerate that time frame.
Is there a type of constant pressure that's required to cause that loss of consciousness?
Ultimately, once the brain has a critically low level of oxygen, a loss of consciousness will occur. It takes an average of 4 pounds to compress the veins of the neck and an average of around 10 pounds to compress the arteries of the neck.
And so if someone's squeezing something or pulling something around the neck at that 4 pounds or 10 pounds of pressure in a consistent basis without any resistance, does unconsciousness happen faster?
It could occur faster, yes.
What if someone's resisting or struggling or pulling away? Could that take longer?
When the body is in a state of stress, you have a stress response that demands an actual increase in oxygen utilization by our body. So in the presence of an increased demand with a decreased amount being delivered to the brain, it can accelerate the timeline to loss of consciousness.
What do you mean by accelerate the time to loss of consciousness?
No, overall, you can ask.
It would just make it occur faster.
And so if that pressure
Thank you all for being here. Court should resume
say someone
here
struggles
soon.
and is able to get free a little bit, and then you have to tighten it again, does that make it take longer?
Sustain.
You said anywhere from 5 to 30 seconds. What are the factors? I'm sorry, you said 10 to 30 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, for loss of consciousness.
What are the factors that are at play for whether it's 10 seconds or 30 seconds?
Again, there's multiple variables. The force of the ligature against the neck, the actual ligature itself, and the intensity and duration of the altercation.
And once someone loses consciousness, do they immediately die?
No. So if there's no intervention, the brain continues to have a lack of oxygen. And so until the brain cells start to die, it's irreversible injury to the brain. The person is alive until the body can no longer sustain the lack of oxygen.
If someone is strangled to the point of unconsciousness and the strangulation stops, can they wake up?
Without intervention is very unlikely.
So do you recall testifying previously that when asked if a person were to use a ligature around someone's neck to the point where they pass out?
Counsel, we had that answer, right?
It's an inconsistent statement.
This is your witness.
I know, and I can impeach with an inconsistent statement.
I see it's sidebar.
So weird. Impeaching their own witness. That's crazy. Impeaching their own witness. All right, we're going to switch to the live feed here because they should be coming back here any moment. We'll go ahead and switch back to what we were. Well, now we'll just leave it here as we wait. It shouldn't be too much longer as they come back from the break. And we do have our show tomorrow. We're going to be breaking down, deep diving the whole Patrick Clancy testimony, taking live calls. And we're going to be talking a little more about Patrick. I don't know. As each day goes on, I have more questions about his lack of involvement compared to other people's theories about his complete involvement. I don't know. The more we hear, the less it seemed like he was involved in the family. You know, and when your wife tells you 3 separate times that she's had thoughts of hurting the children, why? As a clear-thinking individual out of the two, how could you not help her get the help that she needs? Because she wasn't thinking clearly. You were the only one in the relationship thinking clearly. Why did you just let her suffer? I don't know. I got a lot of questions. Court should be resuming here in just a few. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Hit the like if you haven't yet as well. And hopefully you're having a peaceful and positive day. Thank you so much, Joanna, for the 2 jewels. Sparkles, thank you so much for your contribution. Thank you for being here as well.
court is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right. Counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right.
Court, all rise. Jury's entered.
Thank you for being here. Please hit the like, subscribe if you haven't. Hopefully you're having a peaceful and positive day.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, members of the jury. We're going to now return to the Commonwealth's presentation. Ms. Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Joshua McGilligan.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you stop right here? Will you write up the clerk, please?
Good afternoon. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will not be Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Watch your step, please.
All right. Good afternoon, sir. Jury Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Joshua McKelligan, McKelligan.
Where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you been with the state police?
Since December 2013.
In January of 2023, where were you assigned?
To the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
And what was your role there?
I was a trooper assigned to the homicide and major crime section.
And could you tell us within that unit what the role of a case officer is?
Case officer is assigned cases as they come in, and the case officer then is the point of contact for the district attorney's office, the state police, other agencies.
And as a case officer for a homicide, for example, when you respond to a scene and you're doing the investigation as time progresses, is the case officer doing every part of the investigation?
No.
What is the role of a case officer in terms of managing or collecting information?
Is to try to gather everything, and then we try to keep track of what's been going on with the investigation.
And so within the state police detective unit at the Plymouth County DA's office, there are a group of troopers that work there, correct?
Yes.
And do you work as a team on any homicide investigations you're working on?
Yes.
And the case officer, is it their role to collect information and evidence from the other troopers as they gather it?
Yes.
Do you have a supervisor when you are the case officer?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Did you learn that day of an incident that had happened at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
What time did you learn about that approximately?
About 6:45 p.m. PM.
And how did you learn that information?
The duty lieutenant in the state police headquarters in Middleborough called me.
Once you had that information, what did you do?
I called my supervisor and then responded to Duxbury.
And where in Duxbury did you respond?
I went to Duxbury Police Station.
And at that point in time, did you know that you were going to be the case officer for this case?
Not when I responded, but at the police station, I was informed I was going to be.
And at some point in time, did you go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
And when was that?
After I got a search warrant, I went to the house. It was probably, I think, around early morning, between 3 and 4, sometime like that.
Between 3 and 4 a.m.?
Yes.
So it'd be the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you take part in the search of the home?
I did not.
What was your role there at the home that night or in the early morning hours?
I just went to observe this, the house, just to see what the scene in the house looked like.
So other officers were conducting the search?
Yes.
At the scene, did you eventually walk through the house?
Yes.
And was that before or after the search was executed?
After the search.
At some point in time, did you go into the master bedroom on the second floor?
Yes.
And what did you observe in that room?
I remember a tent style, like covering a crib, I believe. There was a mirror in front of me. To the left, there was the bed. And then I remember blood on the floor.
And you said to the left, but pointed with your right arm?
No, it's my left hand.
Your left, okay.
Yes.
All right. So you go into the bedroom, and what do you see anything on the floor, on the walls, the bedding, anything?
Yes, just going off of memory, I remember there was blood on the floor, and the mirror was kind of like straight ahead from the entrance of the door.
Okay. And was a video taken of the house that included that room in particular?
Yes.
I'd like to move to submit the scene video from the home as an exhibit.
Any objection? No. That may be admitted.
And if we could play the portion of the video for the master bedroom. Thank you. Sir, when you went into the master bedroom, did you see blood sprayed all over the walls and everywhere?
No.
And fair to say that the video shows all of the walls in the bedroom and doesn't show any spatter or anything on the walls?
Yes.
Did you also go outside into the backyard and look at the exterior of the home?
Yes.
We could have the photos, please. If we could zoom in on the top window. Does this photo show the condition of the upstairs window, the second floor window that leads to the master bedroom?
Yes.
And the screen there in the video, is that how it was when you saw it that night?
Yes.
Pushed up?
Yes.
And if we could see the next photo. Actually, we can go back. Yes, so the first one and zoom in the middle there between the two windows. And these areas of red-brown stains on the exterior of the house, did you observe those that night on in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And then the third photo, please. We could zoom in on in there. Would this be, this third photo, would this be the first floor window below the master bedroom window?
Yes.
And these red-brown stains on the shingles and then on the window ledge there. Were those there in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
Could we have these three photos marked as the next exhibit on the disc?
Any objection? They may be admitted.
Exhibit 265. Now, as the investigation proceeded, did you learn, or did other officers learn from Patrick Clancy that the defendant was on some psychiatric medication?
Yes.
And was that information relayed to you in terms of preparing the search warrant?
Yes.
And is that why you included prescription medication in the search warrant?
Yes.
At that point in time, did you or any of the other officers know that the defendant had crushed up pills and taken them that night?
No.
At some point in time, did Patrick Clancy bring pill bottles to the state police and turn them over?
Yes, he did.
And where did he say those were from?
In the center console of his truck, not the top section, the section underneath it.
Did he tell you at some point that pills had been found in the nightstand drawer?
Yes, he did.
And that was in the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did he tell you who he found those with?
Yes, he did.
And who was that?
His attorney.
And did he tell you why he gave those pills?
Objection, I believe it was me, and I'm not his attorney.
But that's what, why don't you re-ask that, what it was that Patrick Clancy said?
What was it that Patrick Clancy said? Did he give you a name or just say my attorney?
He said Kevin Reddington.
And did he tell you why he gave the pills to Attorney Reddington instead of giving them to you like he gave the other pills?
No, he did not.
He never attempted to turn those pills into the state police or those bottles into the state police. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point in time, did you learn that the Clancy family had gone to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
And was a video obtained?
Yes.
Did you watch that video?
Yes.
Did you observe the family, including the defendant, interacting with each other and the defendant specifically interacting with the children and exhibits at the museum?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, Exhibit 14, I'd ask to play just a small portion of that. That has not been played previously.
All right.
We could pause here for just a moment. Do you see the Clancy family in this video footage?
Yes.
And if you could just get up and point to them with the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay. And we could press play. And at this point in time in the video, are we seeing Patrick Clancy take Dawson Clancy out of that room, leaving Lindsay Clancy with Callan and Cora?
Yes.
Is that Cora there in the red skirt?
Yes.
Now, at this point in the video, at approximately 11:58 and 30 seconds, what is happening in the video footage now?
Corey's beginning to play with the exhibit. Patrick's standing off by himself. Lindsay Clancy is with Callan, and Dawson is watching.
Could you just point out where Patrick and Dawson are? For the record, you've pointed to Patrick towards the top of the screen and Dawson near the entrance to the exhibit.
Yes. Yes.
And throughout this video, in this portion of the video, can the defendant be seen instructing the children, pointing to them, showing them how to work the exhibit and operating some type of control panel?
Yes.
And at some point, does this switch and the defendant helps Dawson with the same exhibit?
Yes.
And that goes on for several minutes.
Yes, I believe so.
And showing, I think we've gone forward to approximately noon in the video timer. Thank you. Excuse me. Sir, during the grand jury process, did you attend a meeting with the medical examiner in this case?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically Dr. Barbara Vidal Olson?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically the portion of her proposed testimony where she was explaining how someone dies from strangulation?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that at some point in time, she was asked?
Objection. Counsel sidebar.
Sir, in that meeting with the medical examiner, did she tell you that constant pressure would need to be applied even after the person went unconscious in a strangulation in order to affect death?
Yes.
Did she tell you that it takes several minutes of continuous pressure to cause
Can
death?
we not have leading questions? If this is going to be admitted, can we not have leading questions? It's her witness.
No, ask him what she said. And then
Do you recall? Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you recall what she said about the time it takes to strangle someone to death?
After unconsciousness, I think she said several minutes. It would take several more minutes for someone to die.
And would that be several more minutes of strangulation?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
It's ready.
So she asked you about the pills that were located in the master bedroom by Patrick when I was with him, right?
Yes.
And you know that Patrick indicated that after you guys had cleared the scene, finished with your investigation, seized all the pill bottles that you were able to locate, that I went in the house with him and I took a number of items, photographs, albums, things on the wall, and stuff like that, right?
All I know is the pill bottles. I don't know what else you took.
Oh, just the pill bottles. And at some point, I imagine the DA must have shown you this, recognize this as being the nightstand drop.
It looks similar to the one that was in the video.
See it? Look at it?
I mean, it looks similar to the one. I've never seen that. I don't know.
Okay. So these would be the bottles that were in there, right?
I don't know.
And do you know that when these were seized, the first thing that was done is I contacted the DA's office and said that I had them?
I don't know what you said to them.
If you want to come by my office and pick up anything they had, you're welcome to look at it, seize it, have it analyzed, send it to a crime lab. I didn't care.
I don't know what you said.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
All right. Hey, redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Hey, Counsel, could I see it? The jury, I told you we might break a little bit early today, and finally, again, I was right. And so we're going to recess on this matter for you at this point. So I'm going to excuse you Monday morning, all right? So you don't have to come in here tomorrow. So I'm going to suggest that take these next couple of days, kind of rest up. I know it's been a long couple of weeks for you. I appreciate all the work that you've done. I'm going to really remind you of those instructions because now I've got kind of a longer stretch that you're going to be at home, you're going to be talking to people. So I just want to remind you, do not talk about this case with anyone. Don't do any research about this case or similar cases. If you have any questions, don't do any research. Don't try and educate yourself on any of the issues or facts that you've heard so far in this case. Don't make any little road trips to go by any places or try and fill in any gaps. The other thing I want to remind you, you have to still keep an open mind. All right? It was probably easy easy to kind of nod and say yes when I said that at the very beginning of the case. But now you've heard a lot of evidence, but you haven't heard all the evidence. All right. You haven't heard the closing arguments of the attorneys. You haven't heard the law that you do apply. So I'm just reminding you have to do that. It's so important. And so I just kind of want to remind you on that. I want to thank you so much for so far all the work that you've done and all the work that you're going to do. And so I hope you have a very nice weekend. And we will see you on Monday. Just in case you're wondering, we're still well on track. But we'll see you on Monday. We'll continue with the trial at that point. And again, have a nice weekend. All right, thank you.
Court, all rise. Good. Can I close the door, please? This way, please.
All right. I see counsel again over at sidebar. To address the Commonwealth's motion regarding trial court security logs.
Thank you.
Counsel?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is asking the court to allow the Commonwealth and the defense to have copies of a log that we were advised that, or we've seen, that the trial court security has for people who go back into the lockup area to visit with or tend to or what have you with the defendant during the course of this trial. Both myself and ADA Sprague have witnessed at several points. Obviously, we know there are medical staff that go back with the defendant, but in addition to medical staff, which are not really the primary thrust of this motion, it's that there have been other individuals that are not counsel that are permitted to go back there. And we're not alleging that that's inappropriate in any way, shape, or form. Clearly, the staff here, the security staff, has followed all appropriate protocols. But we are aware that Dr. Zeisel has been back there. We witnessed a priest being allowed back there the other day. And we are advised that these visitors are kept as a log when they come, when they exit, what days, what times. And the Commonwealth is alleging that that's information that might be necessary for us to effectively cross-examine some of the defense witnesses that are going to be presented. Certainly with Dr. Zeisel, it could pose as a potential bias that he's there, that he's back there. He's being presented as an expert witness on the concept of criminal responsibility. And there are certain ethical rules that forensic psychiatrists and psychologists follow that he might be subject to cross-examination about, and this and the nature of his relationship with the defendant could be an area fraught for cross-examination. Because the court records are not, these court records, I would suggest, are not in the care, custody, and control of the Commonwealth. Procedurally, we have filed the motion as a Rule 17 motion asking for access to the records just for this defendant during the course of the trial.
I mean, you're not looking for the name of the priest who went back there, are you?
Father Bob.
What, I mean, I understand. I'm just trying to figure out what the scope of this is. I understand the request for Dr. Zeisel's amount of visits, because he's slated to possibly be a witness. So I understand that how that might be relevant.
Right.
The priest, well, I'm struggling with.
At this point, Your Honor, we haven't been furnished with exactly who defense is going to be calling as witnesses in their case. We have an idea from a witness list that was filed that keeps evolving as the trial progresses. So we don't know, for instance, if that person for some reason has a relationship to the defendant and he wishes to call her for some, or call him for some reason. So with the exception of, again, the nurses, we don't necessarily need their information. We know the purpose for why they're there and that they don't have a role in this case. But anyone else who has been permitted back there that is outside the medical staff, I would suggest the Commonwealth is entitled to at least know, and whether we are able to use that information if it becomes more apparent when the defense was underway with their case, that would come to, that we'd have to wait and see if that's the case. But certainly the fact that counsel has announced Dr. Zeisel as a testifying witness, that's information we believe we're entitled to.
All right, Ms. Reddington?
So first of all, here's the list. They want the list. We don't need a Rule 17 and a court order. They can just go over from there to there and get the list and see who's been going in and out to see Lindsay. I don't have a problem with that by no means whatsoever. Father Bob is a Roman Catholic priest who baptized these kids, who is very, very close to Lindsay. Not in a religious sense. They just like each other. She went to Mass sporadically. She's not a devout Catholic. She's a Catholic. She has a relationship with the Father. I haven't even talked to the guy since last week. First time I ever met him. Shook his hand. Nice man. After that debacle yesterday that we went through with the public,
let's stay focused on.
I am staying focused.
Well,
this is what I'm dealing with.
I guess I'll tell you right now, so I can save you. I'm not ordering the name or address of anyone other than Dr. Zeisel.
Can I call him as a witness right now?
Oh. No. I'm gonna allow that so the Commonwealth can take a look at that record. Nobody else though. And then at some point, if the doctor is called, we may need if we have to address that, we can address it. So I'm going to allow the Commonwealth to have the information regarding Dr. Zeisel, and that's it though. Anyone else who went back there has been admitted pursuant to the appropriate rules of the security department in this case. Especially, I'm not ordering the name, address, or frequency of this Roman Catholic priest. I'm just not going to do it based on the record that I have now. If for some reason he's called as a witness, which I haven't seen that, I haven't seen an expectation even regards that. If that comes up, then the Commonwealth can renew this and I may reevaluate. But right now, the Commonwealth's motion regarding security logs is allowed as to Dr. Paul Zeisel only. All right. Anything else we need to address before Monday? Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll see everybody on Monday. Thank you.
Court, all rise.